right, we are live. This is Soundbooth Theater Live. And these are the cold reads for Dungeon Crawler Carl, Book 7, This Inevitable Ruin. Not sure if Matt's going to join us today or not. I sent him a link. We'll see. It is fucking 8 o'clock in the morning over where he lives. So, I'm not going to hold my breath. Yes, it is this book. It is this book right here that I am narrating. Yeah, I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to have a full 5 hours today. What's up, Cheryl? What's up, Jared? Raceland, like from Dragonlance. Fighting Blaze. Jesse Cobb. Sean Silverfin. Thank you guys so much for coming. Really appreciate it. Before I get started, guys, we have the new beta. The new beta for the app is, the new public beta is out. And I'm going to be fucking talking about it all day because we want more people to test it. We want, oh shit, no, can I undo that? Delete comment. There we go. That is not what I wanted to do. That's just an Instagram post for something else. That's not what I wanted to share with you guys. Bad paste. Let's see. Here it is. So yeah, we have a beta for the new app. It's public, and I would like you guys to sign up and test it out and give us feedback. If you have the Soundbooth Theater newsletter, or if you're subscribed to the Soundbooth Theater newsletter, you should have been you should have been told about this by now. It should be in that email blast from today. Yeah, and there's instructions there. If you go, I think that link that I just sent you guys spells it out pretty good. Let me look. Yeah. So yeah, read that carefully. We do want feedback, as much feedback as we can get from you guys. And yeah, if you guys play with it now while you're listening here, please leave comments in the chat and let us know how it is. Either way, shit on it if you need to. I want to know the truth. I want to know how this is stacking up compared to our last app. I'm really excited for this thing to take off. And we've been putting so much time and effort into this platform. It's been 4 years now, and we really need it to pick up. I think we are over 80,000 members at the moment. 80,000 people signed up, which is great. But we need those people to be happy that they're there, and not just, we signed up because we wanted the AIT. Let's see, 83,000 profiles on the app at the moment. We need more. And we need people who, are passionate about what we do and love our products, and who are willing to spend money there. But that means we need to do our part and make sure that the app is great, that the app makes you guys comfortable, that you enjoy using it, that it's not a pain in your ass. That's the last thing. That's the last thing that an app should be, is a pain in your ass. So yeah, if you guys please test it out. The link is in the chat right now. The link is also in the description, if you haven't seen that yet. Yeah, and give it a shot, guys. Would really appreciate it. Lots of work and time and effort has gone into this, and energy. And I just want it to work right. I just want to make you guys happy. So thank you, Sean Silverfin. Jared Cannon, thank you for being excited. I think that this company's been all I care about for 7 years now. And this company, I'm including all the productions that we put under it, and all the people that make it up, and all the people that we've met along the way, and the community that has been helping me build this company, right? If it weren't for you guys, if it weren't for the people that listen to our stuff and buy our stuff on Audible, I wouldn't be here where I am. And I think that this app, this market, to me, is an alternative to the way I've been doing business. It's an alternative for you guys. I feel like our app is going to be better for consumers, and our business practice is going to be better for consumers, because what we care about is transparency. You guys pay what it says to pay, right? Like, if something's $4.99, it's fucking $4.99. We're not worried about credits. We're not trying to mess with numbers and make you subscribe and all this. It's just, hey, you want something, buy it from us, and there's the price right there. The app itself, it will have in-app purchases just like our old one, but I think it'll be even smoother. My volume is really low compared to other videos. I'm sorry, man. I don't know what to do about that. It's nothing's changed as far as I can tell. Lower prices. Do books on your site have DRM? I guess technically you could say that. You cannot easily pull the files from the app that you've downloaded and play them anywhere else. I mean, if you're good at Android, you know how to do it, maybe. I'm pretty sure that on Apple, you're shit out of luck as far as that's concerned. But it is, piracy is a problem for us. Actually, it's been an even bigger problem than just people downloading the audiobook for free. Actually, there's been somebody publishing on Dreamscape, posing as us, posing as Soundbooth Theater, and posting Dungeon Crawler Carl, so that it's available all over the place, and that's illegal and unacceptable. But this is the best we can do as far as keeping the piracy away. But it is what it is. If you guys figure it out, we're not gonna go after you. Just don't try and sell our shit. That's all. Okay, Papa Skittles, thanks for dropping by anyway. I understand. So yeah, guys, please check out the beta. I'll drop that link one more time just to be annoying and obnoxious, just so that it's ready for anybody who's here listening. We need the testers. We need your feedback. We need to know whether this whether this app is good or not. Way too many questions for non-nerds in the beginning. Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you, Crash Canuck. I really appreciate it. Yeah, check out, make sure to read the website. Make sure to read the landing page that link takes you to, so that you know what you're up for. This is a beta. We are just trying to test it, see how you guys like it. As far as I can tell, there's no purchasing in the beta at the moment. Let's see. Let me read it myself here. Okay. To access the app, please click the appropriate button for your device. If you have any questions, please email support@soundbooththeater.com. Important information about the beta app. You cannot make purchases on the beta app. If you create an account on the beta app, you can't access it through the website, but you can still listen to free content. Likewise, you also cannot create a new account on the website and log into it on the beta. If you have an existing account already, you can purchase content through the website or existing SBT Direct app and listen on the beta. Okay, so that's something... if you have... Okay, so try logging in with your existing account, and your library should populate. And yeah, if that doesn't happen, please email support@soundbooththeater.com. Let them know. Some new productions on Soundbooth Theater might not immediately be accessible on the beta app. Within the next few weeks, we expect many of these issues to be resolved. Please report any bugs or provide feedback. Oh, and then there's a link here on the landing page for you to provide feedback. Let's see what it does. Report a bug. Okay, there's just a report a bug form. So yeah, guys, I really appreciate you guys testing it out, helping us out with this. Yeah, a lot of people are saying the library didn't come over. So just let people, the more people that tell my team, they'll figure it out. Really appreciate it, everybody. It's essential for us to get this app right finally. Anyway, let's see. I thought I posted about the... Here it is. Public beta just released today. No! I did it again. That was not the correct link. Okay, there we go. Fixed. The holes of donut. This is app rewrite number 2. So 3, this is the 3rd iteration though. Eternal Dominion is a harem-lit RPG. No release date for Season 2 and 3 yet, but it will be summer of next year. We're taking our time. We're doing it right. We're in no rush. I know you guys want to hear it, but you will be getting 2 seasons back to back, so there is that. Yeah, guys, thanks so much once again, and let's get this started. We just ran into Tina. We're ready for fucking Tina. You guys ready for Tina? Havala Joy asks, how long have you been in the industry? How do you keep all the voices straight? I've been narrating for 11 years. Started Soundbooth Theater 7 years ago. Cool. Devtron says, Jeff, on the app, when I check the list off the books you have, please add short descriptions for the books. There should be descriptions. I'm going to go ahead and, you know what, guys, I'm going to go ahead and download that myself now. I just got word today that it was ready. And the last beta I tried was not really usable. Let's see, where is it? App tester, here we go. Mm-hmm. There's a series details button, but there's still no description there. So, yeah, I agree. Oh, wait. So there's a little description here on the episode. Here we go. There's a synopsis. All right, so I guess the way it works is you look at the episodes, the specific episodes, then you pull up. Okay, this is cool. All right. So tap on that. Then you pull it up, and the synopsis shows up at the bottom. Man, it's so nice how much faster this app is. Downloading is so much easier. Wow. What else we got? What else can I look at? Here's Space Buns. Let's pick up Space Buns.
Soundbooth Theater presents
So fast.
a Soundbooth
Just immediate.
Theater original, Space Buns, Episode 1. The pitch, and welcome to the Space Buns Story Hour. Tonight, we find our heroine and her trusty sidekicks, the three visionarily impaired mice, having just crash-landed their vessel in a cave on BA-5, the home planet of their most hated foe, Mondanity Man. Is everyone okay? Fine. Relax, you're fine. Be nice. It's okay, you're safe now. Sure about that? That sounds like a terrible attempt. As a likely band of heroes peered out from the wreckage of their ship, they noted with horror
That happened before you got
That works
thrown into
fine.
hyperspace.
Download details. Let's look at the details. Just pull it up. Okay.
We thought we were still in the clear.
Share. Feature coming soon. No sharing yet. Player and controls. Oh wow, we have lots of options for your skip.
Then we saw a flash of light, and the next thing we knew, we were hurtling around hyperspace when you appeared out of nowhere to save us.
Excuse us for a second.
Sure.
I don't like this. It could be a trap. Relax.
Alright, that's pretty cool. Go to the home. It is more responsive, right? Cool. All right, Devtron, thank you so much for that feedback. Please do send that in to support. Yeah, the new app, the beta. The beta is now up. Let me see if I can. Is this it? Yes. There's the link. Please check it out. Please test it and give us feedback. There's a link in that landing page for a feedback form, or you can just email support@soundbooththeater.com. You finished book 7 last night? I'm like, I don't know, 60% in. I'm going to use this weekend to get almost finished. Okay, let's see here. I have not played WoW Classic. I've never played. The only MMO I've ever played was Dark Ages of Camelot. I imagine I will record Pineapple Cabaret at some point. I don't know what the re-release is, so I imagine it was the original. I think the game had been out for like not quite a year when I tried it. My favorite BioShock game is the first one. Okay, here goes. Oh, you know what, guys? I need to grab myself some more water real quick. Be right back. I move stuff around while he's gone. Okay, here goes. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Bruh. Let's get some warming up. Mongo screeched, waving his arms up at the giant dinosaurs. They both continued to hop up and down, dancing in circles. Okay. Yeah, it didn't take long. All right, that's all right. Get a little texture in there with the coffee. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Papa! Let's try again. Papa! Tina grunted at Mongo. Mongo screeched, waving his arms up at the giant dinosaurs. They both continued to hop up and down, dancing in circles. I held my breath. These two didn't have the best relationship, but that was before Tina had woken up during the butcher's masquerade. It appeared they were getting along now. We all stumbled as the giant dinosaur continued to bounce. More rocks fell from the building. Papa! Papa! When Tina talked, it was with deep, guttural growls, and it was difficult to understand what she was saying. I could feel the bass of her voice in my chest. I had to remind myself this was a little kid. All right, let's He's the dad that stepped up.
Papa?
Donut asked, scoffing. She returned to my shoulder, shaking with rage.
Mongo is most certainly not your father. And when did you start to talk?
Tina, get back inside. A new voice cried. We all turned to watch as a female ursine waddled out the front door. The bear woman wore an eye patch. Old, deep scarring covered her head. She held a spoon in her hand and had an apron stretched taut. Around her enormous, pregnant belly. Kiwi. I exchanged a look with Florin. Kiwi was born as an ursine. She was a female Mongo when we'd met her. She'd been turned into a dinosaur during Skolopendra's 9-tier attack. She'd been changed back to a bear during the Butcher's Masquerade. It was how we won the Tina quest. But before she'd turned, she'd had, relations with Mongo when they were both dinosaurs. And now she was pregnant. Very pregnant. About to pop pregnant. Kiwi paused at the sight of her daughter dancing around Mongo, who'd now stopped and was staring at the bear. Mongo? Kiwi asked. Many relations. Her evil or sex magic. Mongo gave a single, quiet roar. He pushed past Tina and moved, head low to the ground as everybody watched, all of us holding our breath, all of us wondering what was going to happen next. Let's try again. Mongo. He pushed past Tina and moved, head low to the ground as everybody watched, all of us holding our breath, all of us wondering what was going to happen next. Mongo sniffed at Kiwi and gave an uncertain peep. The entire camp had gone silent. I felt something on my foot. It was Rend. He wanted to be picked up. I reached down to grab him, not taking my eyes off the dinosaur and bear. Rend started chewing on Donut's tail again. Donut sniffed angrily.
Carl, if this turns into some weird furry porn thing, I'm going to lose my absolute shit.
Let me try that again.
Carl, if this turns into some weird furry porn thing... Carl, if this turns into some weird furry porn thing, I'm going to lose my absolute shit.
Katya will like it. Kiwi stepped forward, wrapped her arms around Mongo's neck, and she hugged him. Mongo just stood there. They hugged for a few moments, and then Kiwi turned away. Come, Tina, Kiwi said. Come, Tina. Come, Tina. Kiwi said, voice softer this time. Come help Mommy make dinner. Kiwi looked at me and Donut, just standing there. She nodded, turned back inside, and she disappeared. Papa! I keep forgetting. Goddamn light makes noise. Tina said again, before turning back inside. Mongo remained, a confused look upon the dinosaur's face, like he didn't know what had just happened. He sniffed again at the air and let out a sad, confused peep. Damn it. He sniffed again at the air and let out a sad, confused peep. He sniffed again at the air and let out a sad, confused peep. Sorry, buddy, I said to the poor dinosaur. Sometimes people change, and that's their... Sometimes people change, and that's all there is to it. Mongo made a forlorn squeak. Papa, Donut muttered again. So, how do you reckon that litter is going to turn out? Florin muttered. Entering the fortress of unyielding power and authority. This edifice is at 80% strength. Oh, shit, I muttered the second I saw the name.
What kind of name is that? What kind of name is that?
Donut announced.
That is a terrible name.
She paused.
Hey, it doesn't let me change it.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Apparently there was a bit of a tug-of-war over the name. Yeah. Yeah. Florin said. Apparently there was a bit of a tug-of-war. Apparently there was a bit of a tug-of-war over the name. Apparently there was a bit of a tug-of-war over the name. The sledge named it Los Santos. Because of GTA, right?
The sledge named it Los Santos for some reason, and the changelings preferred a name they... The sledge named it Los Santos for some reason, and the changelings preferred a name that would show power. They kept changing it back and forth until the AI told them to shove it. So it stuck... So it's now stuck on that. The sledge is pretty salty about it.
But the name is too long. This is most inconvenient.
Fortress of Unyielding Power and Authority? FUPA. The FUPA. That's why the AI made it stay on that name.
I am absolutely not calling our castle the Fupa, Carl. That's obscene. The bad guys are going to laugh at us.
And what were you going to change it to?
I don't know, Carl. Now I'm angry and I can't properly create when I'm angry. I was probably going to pick Club Posse or something.
Florin chuckled.
Don't you be spreading that name. How does this Warlord thing work? How do I make sure people do what I say? That's a direct order. Don't you be spreading that name. How does this Warlord thing work? How do I make people Don't you be spreading that name. How does this Warlord thing work? How do I make sure? How do I make sure people do what I say? That's a direct order.
I laughed again. I could see it was already too late. Florin had already put it up in the chat, and in seconds there were dozens of animated responses. Ellie said it was hilarious, and Imani was with Donut, campaigning against it. Tran suggested calling it the Foop instead. I could tell it was going to become a thing, with half the people calling it one name and the other half calling it the other. The stronghold itself was strangely empty of people and workers. A few dots were scattered about, but not many. It was built like a medieval castle with long hallways dotted with murder holes along the sides, all leading to the central chamber, the throne room, which had to be a specific size. The room could have a locking door, and the entrance to it could be trapped, but the room itself wasn't allowed to have any defensive features or traps within, though it could be occupied by guards. The walls of the castle were hastily built and mortared. They felt solid, despite the shoddy appearance of the exterior door. Most of the interior hallways were regular-sized, but the outer ring was 3 stories tall, built to house Tina and some of the larger tattoo-turned-flesh golems. The rocks glowed with enchantment. I put my hand upon the rough rock, and an info box popped up.
Yeah, this is a rock. It's part of an interior rock wall. What did you think it was? 8 out of 12 enchantments active. Increase base quality to increase enchantment capacity. Enter the flag room to see the full list of active enchantments. Fupa.
Donut murmured. Donut muttered as we walked.
Maybe I'll call it the Foop, but even that sounds offensive.
Herman. Okay. Okay, let me see. Herman from Grimaldi's Circus. So that would be book 2. Fuck you. Okay, so nope. Looks like Herman was not in book 2. I am not in LA. I'm in Kansas City.
Welcome back, warlords!
A new voice said. We stepped to the side as 2 NPCs rushed by, hauling what looked like bags of mortar. They were in the body of bugbears, but I knew they were some of my changelings. They rushed by without another word. Both were covered in sweat, working hard. There was another dot ahead. This was an elite. We had the pink glow around his name. He had the pink glow around his name, indicating him as a soldier. He was in the next room over, an antechamber that led to the flag room. I hovered over the dot, and the system labeled him Elite Herman the Fleet, Ogre Strongman, level 70, Legionnaire, Princess Posse. Herman was the third of the 3 ogre strongmen from Grimaldi's Circus. We'd met his brother, Harrison, during the 6th floor, and he should still be around here somewhere. Apollon, their other brother, had been left behind on the 3rd floor. All 3 had once been part of a 3-headed ogre called a Nodling who died a split long ago. All 3 had once been part of a 3-headed ogre called a Nodling who died and split long ago. That same creature, the Nodling, had been turned into a tattoo, who'd since been given flesh and should also be around here too, which was really weird. That strangeness, basically 2 of the same creature, reminded me of the Alpha Coral card. Reminded me of the Alpha Coral card from the previous floor. That had to be confusing for everybody involved. It certainly messed with your head. I was glad we'd left the Alpha Coral card on the previous floor. The Elite was the only other dot I could see. I knew the adjutant was waiting in the flag room, but apparently we couldn't see inside. Where are the rest of the golems and changelings? Where are the rest of the golems and changelings? I asked. Where are the rest of the golems and changelings? They're all working on defenses at the borders, Tippett said. I paused, looking into the room that would be the throne room. It was just a square. It was just a square, empty room, about 20 by 20 feet, reminding me of a stairwell chamber. There was no actual throne. Not yet. I looked at the white, clean stones. I swallowed. I continued to stand there and pretend like I was examining the room. Carl. Okay, what about the stuff we can't talk about out loud? Tell me about the scouting system. Yes, Casey in February will suck. Some crackling. Is it still happening? Dude, Kansas City's the shit. I love my hometown. That's really weird. I'll have to watch the replay afterwards. This was something I'd specifically asked Florin and Ellie to figure out, and we'd agreed ahead of time all the... This was something I'd specifically asked Florin and Ellie to figure out, and we'd agreed ahead of time all of these discussions would be over chat in case the wall still had ears. Florin.
Ellie is off toward the Nogga side. Ellie is off toward the Nogga side. Ellie is off toward the Nogga side. The beaver guys, the casters, or whatever they're called, they're with that talking turtle guy, scouting in... They're with that talking turtle guy, scouting. They're with that talking turtle guy, scouting enemy positions and fortifications on the other border. Haven't heard back either way.
Carl, have you figured out how the peacetime incursions work? Florin.
Yes. Yes. Only those with the scout endorsement can go over the borders without a pass. If they get discovered, they're immediately teleported back to base during the ceasefire and can't go stealth again until the fighting starts. If they get discovered, they're immediately teleported back to base during the ceasefire and can't go stealth again until the fighting starts. If they get discovered, they're immediately teleported back to base during the ceasefire and can't go stealth again until the... Can't go stealth again. If they get discovered, they're immediately teleported back to base during the ceasefire and can't go stealth again until the fighting starts. If they hit a trap, it'll still go off and kill them. We only got...
Can only do a sentence at a time with Australian, man.
We only get 18 scouts. That's what those towers are for, by the way. We need full coverage. Build a tower and man it with a group of 4 or 5 folks with proper observation and ping spills. Build a tower and man it with a group of 4 or 5 folks with proper observation and ping spells, and we can keep the enemy scouts away. Already teleported out a Dream Scout and one of those octopus-faced fucks from the Prism.
Donut let out an angry little hiss at the mention of the Prism Kingdom. She was still mad at Empress Donatia for trying to get us deleted. Florin.
I'll bet my left sack we are already infested with enemy spies. That's why we gotta get them towers up. We need to do a full sweep and do it fast. We need to do a full sweep and do it fast.
Carl, we need to start spamming traps, too. Florin.
Already on it, but the big trap guy, he's an eagle guy with one wing, has gone subterranean already. He should come up for air in a few hours. He wants access to your trap table. Says he can prevent tripper spells.
We moved to the antechamber in front of the flag room. This was just a big room with an even bigger desk, filled with the stench of rocks and moss, and a strange amount of sweat, too, oddly reminding me of the juicer boss room on the first floor. Behind the desk, leaned over a pile of papers, was the ogre. Behind the desk, leaned over a pile of papers, was the ogre. Herman the Fleet. The ogre was completely decked out in magical gear, glowing more than anyone I'd ever seen. The ogre looked very much like his brother, Arison the Wise, except much thinner, like he'd stopped his weight training, giving him half the bulk of his two brothers. He also wore glasses, which was just bizarre. I wondered if that was the dungeon's way of telling me he wouldn't be as stupid as his... brothers. Upon further observation, I realized the ogre wasn't working like I originally thought. He appeared to be writhing in pain. All of us stopped, surprised at the unexpected display. He had both hands on the edge of the desk, and veins bulged from his arms. A low, pained grunting noise came from the elite. Despite not being as buff as his brothers, the desk snapped in half, spilling papers in a great, surprising clatter. The ogre lifted his head into the air and cried out.
What's happening? What's going on? What's happening? What's happening? What's going on?
Carl,
The ogre said through gritted teeth. He jumped up, and the chair went flying.
been waiting. Brother says you could.
He swallowed hard.
Supposed to do it already. Been fighting it. Tell brother. Tell sorry.
He cried again. Dozens of little info boxes all popped up around the ogre all at once. And that was when I realized he wasn't wearing magical gear at all. He was covered in explosive satchels, all hidden underneath his clothes. A suicide bomber. Okay. So I think that's She Maria's husband. That's talking here. God, what was his name? Do you guys remember his name? It is She Maria? Okay.
Watch out, Carl. Watch out, Carl. Watch out.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Multiple things happened at once.
Bomb!
I cried as Donut fired a magic missile right at the ogre's face. To my left, Tippett turned into a puff of smoke, and to my right, Florin hit the ground, a shield forming around him. At the same moment, the door to the flag room opened. An armored orc stepped out, and she slammed a massive, cruel-looking battle axe into the head of the struggling ogre. The elite slumped over, dead. The chaos ended as quickly as it had started. The orc had been so casual about it, you'd think she'd just stepped out to grab a cup of coffee. We just stared at each other, me and the orc.
I can only do so much for you, Warlord,
the orc said. All of the explosive satchels on the ogre started to move into destabilization. All of the explosive satchels on the ogre started to move into destabilization.
Yeah, sometimes it's really helpful for you guys to be around. Sometimes it's distracting as fuck. I would say it's a wash as far as productivity sometimes. But like it's worth it for sure. The only time like I really want you guys to not be around is if I'm like, shit, I really need to get this much done in this amount of time. So I have to make sure that I'm focused, and so then I will sequester myself.
Shit. Shit. I muttered, jumping forward. I took the entire ogre into my inventory, my heart thrashing. It left nothing but a smear of gore and an upturned, broken desk on the floor. The orc continued to stare back down at me with a slight hint of distaste on her... The orc continued to stare back down at me with a slight hint of distaste on her boar-like face.
Baroness Victory, adjutant for the Princess Posse. This is a non-combatant observer.
My eyes focused on the non-combatant part of her name, which now had quotes around it. The AI had done that. Not that I'm complaining, but, I finally said, my voice shaking. Holy shit, that had been close. Florin stood back up and Tippett reformed. All of us were rattled. Were you allowed to do that?
That wasn't a legal attack,
the orc said, sliding her blood-splattered axe back into her waistband. A bit of brain dripped off it and splashed onto her boot.
That was an unlawful assassination attempt by Sensation Entertainment, and I will be calling foul. I will be filing a grievance against the Dream, who now own the entertainment company. They were exerting undue influence on one of their elites to effect faction wars. Princess Donut? That was an admirable shot, and it may have saved you all. I will file for you to get credit for the kill.
The orc paused, looking up at the ceiling.
No!
She suddenly said out loud, angrily pointing at the ceiling.
Absolutely not! That was clearly a foul by the corporate interests who purchased sensation, and if you don't like it, you should reread your own rules. In addition, you are out of line by not warning me he was being influenced.
She paused again.
I accept your apology,
she finally said, and without another word, she turned and returned to the flag room, leaving the door open for us to follow.
Carl, was she talking to the AI just now?
I don't know if I should be terrified or in love,
Florin added, as we walked into the flag room. All right. That's a chapter. All right. Real quick, guys. We are at 350 viewers. Thank you so much for jumping in here, for being here every day. You guys are awesome, for your dedication to this stream. I just wanted to remind everyone who's here now that we do have the public beta available for our new app. So here in the chat, I have left a link. There's also a link in the description of this YouTube video. If you could please go download and try out our new beta, I'd really appreciate it. We have, if you look at that landing page, it'll tell you a few things about the beta app, such as you can't purchase on the beta app right now, but if you hard quit the app on your phone, the current app on your phone, and then open this one up and log in with your current membership, your current login, user info, whatever, you should have your entire library still available to you. So yeah, please test out the app. Please take a look at it, look through, play with it, see if you can break it, see if there's anything that you like or dislike about it. If you can give us feedback, we'd really appreciate it. There's a link on that landing page that will take you to a form where you can give feedback, or you can just send your feedback to support@soundbooththeater.com. I'd really appreciate it, guys, if you'd give it a shot and see what you like about it, see what you don't. This is what we're working with. This is real close to being finished and what we want to launch with publicly to replace the current app that we have. So I'd really appreciate anybody testing it out and giving us feedback. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I will return soon.
whisked away to a space that reminded me of an arena with its lights off. I could tell the space was expansive, mainly because
Turn
of the
everything
floating
upside
red
down before it
lanterns
gets back.
above. But
Just playing with the new app. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoy it. Sendoken, yeah, so try, when you downloaded it, did you log in, or are you just using guest user? Because there's a guest user option, and that's cool because that means you don't have to sign up in order to test some stuff out. But then you have the opportunity to sign in. If you like go to profile, there's a login. Yep, just gonna post it one more time. There you go, guys. All right. Got it. Okay. Cool. Chapter 14. The 4 phases of combat, plus triggering conditions. Current phase, the ceasefire. 50 hours left. The ramp-up, triggers when the ceasefire ends. 180 hours. Open hostilities, triggers when the ramp-up expires. The peeling of Larakos, triggers once 4 teams remain. We stepped into the large, round chamber. My interface beeped, and multiple windows suddenly popped up without bidding. Next to me. Next to me, Donuts squawked with annoyance as we both had to start repositioning windows. Next to me, Donuts squawked with annoyance as we both had to start repositioning windows. Entering the Fupa flag room for the Princess Donut. Entering the Fupa flag room for the Princess Posse. Hey! Call, now the computer is calling it the Hey! Call, now the computer is calling it the Fupa. You may speak freely in here, Victory said once the door shut. Before the hostilities begin, anything that is said in this room isn't available to the viewers for 8 days. So, in case anyone is feeding the other factions information, it will hopefully be stale information by that time. I was too distracted by my screens to pay attention. I flicked an info box to the side, rearranging it. It was like the status window of a city-building game, like Civilization, but not nearly as well organized. These screens were different than the regular ones, and when I tried to mentally minimize them using the regular interface, all I did was move them around. This is not very consistent, Donut muttered. I grunted with agreement. I had multiple views in my interface. I mentally flicked on one a little hard, and it disappeared from my view and appeared floating on the wall of the room. Huh, I muttered, as I continued to move things around so I could actually see. I had a window that listed all the troops, one that listed all of our secured locations, one that listed the 9 other teams. Along with a message window where I could send direct messages to the other warlords. I saw the little 3 dots indicating someone was in the middle of typing a message in the Prism chat, and I realized it was coming from our side. Donut, don't.
I said aloud. I said out loud.
Empress Tenoria needs to know how I feel about her betrayal call.
She knows. Don't poke at anyone yet. Donut harumphed, but she didn't send the message.
Your display system is similar to what game guides see, Victory said. It's only in this room. You'll get used to it.
I continued to move windows aside. And in doing so, I found each one of those info boxes could be drilled down further. I made the mistake of double-clicking on the officer interface, and literally 100 new windows popped up. I finally found a clear screen button, and I clicked it. God damn it. I muttered. Everything had disappeared, like my entire interface had turned off, including my health, the level timer, the minimap, and my mana bar. It was like I was in a production trailer. I was so used to the little info windows now, I felt naked without them. I grumbled and tried to figure out how to get them back without also pulling up the room notifications. I found the solution after a moment, but when I turned it all back on, my missed game notifications popped up. I usually went over these when I could, but I had set it up that only important warnings and messages appeared. Everything else could wait until I made it to a safe room, and even then, only when I thought to look at it. Most of this stuff was useless, and everyone had started calling this list the spam folder. These were world chat messages not directed at us. These were world chat messages not directed at us, hidden skill notifications, and dozens of other pointless game announcements. I blinked at the long, long line of strange notifications. I read the most recent ones, from just a few moments earlier. A sense of horror overwhelmed me. Gloom Wraith phase failed to activate. Mind balance prevented activation. Your attempt to disable mind balance was prevented by mind balance. Your mind balance has risen to level 9. Level 9? It had been level 5 just a few hours ago. I moved my eyes down to the suppressed notifications page. My heart thrashed. There were hundreds of these entries, over and over again. There were pages of me attempting to cast something, and each time it got stopped. The mind balance skill came from my new toe ring, though now it was trained up so much I'd still have the skill, -5 levels, even if I took the ring off. I didn't dare. She, Maria. The tattoo on my chest. She was trying to cast spells and activate skills without my permission. The Gloomwraith phase would have killed the ogre. But it also likely would have set off the bombs. Would I have been protected if they'd exploded while I was phased? Only if the bombs were non-magical. I quickly glanced at the ogre corpse in my inventory. The bombs, indeed, were non-magical. Donut would have been dead had I cast that skill. She had her cockroach ability, but that wouldn't help if she was blown to literal bits. A new wave of horror washed over me, and I found my shaking hand stroking the back of the oblivious cat. Holy shit.
The spider had managed to speak in my mind, despite the mind balance skill. She was getting stronger with each attempt to control me. But so was I. It was a race, I realized. She was constantly fighting against the mind balance skill, and even though the skill was rapidly increasing in power, she'd still managed to break in for just a moment. She was winning the race. How soon before she could take me over completely? I sent a quick message to Mordecai, telling him we needed to talk. Mordecai. If it's about that presence you have tattooed on your chest, Rosetta's caught me up, eh? We're working on a solution. We have a few options on how to deal with it. None of them pleasant.
Goodness, Carl, are you okay? Goodness, Carl, are you okay?
Donut asked.
You're shaking like Miss Beatrice during pumpkin spice season. You're shaking like Miss Beatrice during pumpkin spice season.
Oh my God. I patted Donut. I patted Donut to reassure her. Baroness Victory was talking to us, but I'd missed some of it. She was explaining how to pull up a map in the center of the room, showing an overall view of the battlefield. I took a breath and forced myself to pay attention. One problem at a time.
Most warlords spend all of faction wars in their flag room,
she was saying.
With some notable exceptions. The Orcs, the Reavers, and the Dream all have warlords who prefer to lead from the front. I'm supposed to follow you onto the field for major conflicts, and as such, I have the limited ability to teleport, even during ramp-up. Though I warn you, I cannot participate. What you saw just now was an anomaly.
You're going to be with us whenever we fight?
I know you two prefer a more hands-on approach. I will be present when it's prudent. If my presence causes a problem, let me know, and I will come back here. All adjutants can also go invisible if need be. But I will warn you, I can and will call out all fouls as I see them. That includes anything perpetrated by your team. If you have any questions about the rules, ask me first. I am on your side. I can help with strategy. In addition, I can make suggestions to fit something into the existing rule set if required. Was she nice? Or was she a jerk?
Donut asked. Baroness Victory just looked at Donut.
Of whom do you speak?
She finally asked.
Your sister, the Orc Queen lady? The one that got blown up when your nephew tried to assassinate us?
If the Orc woman was surprised by the odd question, she didn't show it. But she did appear to think about her answer.
My sister, Uglu, and I once had a very similar outlook on life. When she married into the royal family, she lost a lot of who she was. I suppose she was quite unhappy with how things had turned out for her. We had not spoken in a long while, but she did send me a message before she died, asking if I was planning on being an adjutant this season. She was going to the Scolopendra Club to meet up with the king and wanted to have an outing before the fighting started. Why do you wish to know, Princess? You can judge someone based on how they talk about the date.
Carl, what TV show did you get that from? Donut.
I didn't get it from a show, Carl. I really wanted to know. You picked her to be our adjutant You picked her to be our adjutant person, and I need to know if we can trust her.
Carl, we don't trust anybody, Donut. Not at first. But something tells me she's okay. Donut.
You also trusted Sister Inez, and look how that turned out.
Mongo had eased his way behind the orc and was greedily licking at the head of the bloody axe in her waistband. Rend climbed to the top of Mongo's Rend climbed to the top of Mongo's head and also attempted to lick the Rend climbed to the top of Mongo's head and also attempted to lick at the axe, but he couldn't reach and he was making whimpering, grunting noises. Rend climbed to the top of Mongo's head and also attempted to lick at the axe, but he couldn't reach and he was making whimpering, grunting noises. The stoic orc pulled the axe from her waistband and leaned it up against the table so they could both get at it. She gave Rend a gentle pat. Even Florin looked a bit ill at the display. The orc turned back to the map and kept talking. The wagon wheel shape of the 9th floor spread out in the center of the room in a giant, round hologram. Loracco stood in the middle with the 9 not quite but almost equal pie shapes of the individual spaces spread out from the center. A tiny ring circled Loracco's, and it blinked and turned pink as we watched. The name Shanty Town, controlled by the Princess Posse, popped up. The name Shanty Town, controlled by the Princess Posse, popped up. The large orc nodded.
This was a smart trade. The shanty town is usually small and unimportant and doesn't usually form until after the fight The shanty town is usually small and unimportant and doesn't usually form until after the fighting begins and the NPCs flee. It is now quite large and completely circles Loracos, giving the NPCs an extra layer of security. One you control.
We have 3 town upgrade coupons. Donut and I each got one when We have 3 town upgrade coupons. We have 3 town upgrade coupons, I said. Donut and I each got one when we completed the Tina quest on the 6th floor. Donut and I each got one when we completed the Tina quest on the 6th floor, and I just got a Tier 3 upgrade in a box. Can we use them for this?
Absolutely. And with the new city defense system the AI created, you may be able to get something similar to what they have in Loracos. But you may also use the coupons for your base here, and that may be a better choice.
Brittany was currently learning all she could about the Loracos city defense system from Juicebox. I sent her a message to check in when she was done. I also sent a message to Lena. We'd finally managed to get her officially recruited thanks to Mordecai brewing a potion that negated aura effects. The moment she joined, she asked if she and her squad could be in charge of helping to... build defenses in and around Shanty Town. I'd agreed. We moved our attention to the 9 pie pieces. Our area was highlighted in pink. The whole area outside the city was called the Plains of Larakos, and it was mostly flat, except for the northernmost area of the map. The whole area outside the city was called the Plains of Larakos, and it was mostly flat, except for the northernmost area of the map. The first pie piece in spot number 1 was owned by the Bone Clan of the Skull Empire, and their castle was called the King's Point. It was the only of 9 pie pieces that came with a pre-built castle, and it sat in a highly defensible position atop a small, rocky mountain that occasionally had lava flow around it. The Orcs' territory also had the most rivers and lakes, including the large, fast-moving river that eventually drained into Larakos itself, though the end of it curved into operatic territory in spot number 2 before it passed through Shanty Town and plunged into the Funnel City. The rocky peaks made way to rolling hills, which was the area of the operatics in pie number 2. We were in spot number 3. Our area was mostly flat with a few hills here and there. The small lake near our base appeared to be the only major water supply in the entire area.
The main body of the enemy is massing on your border, here,
Victory said, pointing to the spot on our northern border. Victory said, pointing to the spot on our northern border with the operatics. Dozens of little Victory said, pointing to the spot on our northern border with the operatics. Dozens of little campfire icons appeared.
Initial estimates appear they are about 1,000. Initial estimates appear they are about 100,000 strong. The system allowed them to keep their armor and weapons. It's a calculated effort. Their best chance is to sweep over our position and take us out immediately.
I blinked up at her. A wave of new fear washed over me. What? That many? She ignored me and moved her pointer behind the camp.
We also have intelligence that the Dream are setting up their long-range artillery batteries here.
She moved her pointer to the other side of the map into spot number 4, the Naga side.
And here. There's another 10,000 on this side of the border, more as a defensive action. We also have intelligence that the Dream are setting up their long-range artillery batteries here. We also have intelligence that the Dream are setting up their long-range artillery batteries here. And here. There's another 10,000 on this side of the border, more as a defensive action, I suspect. It could be a trick, but they believe they have the numbers and plan on overrunning your position the moment the ceasefire ends, forcing you to retreat into the city. Or die defending this castle. Have you familiarized yourself with the ramp-up?
The what?
This season's rules regarding the onset of hostilities. There are 4 phases, and we are in phase 1 right now, the ceasefire. Then there's the ramp-up, open hostilities. Then there's the ramp-up, open hostilities, and the peeling of Larakos. When the ceasefire ends, the ramp-up begins. It lasts 180 hours. There are several rules for this next phase, and you must familiarize yourself with them immediately. The important ones are: no celestial summonings will be allowed. Egress into enemy territory by non-scouts is only allowed through narrow, kilometer-wide gates. Each corridor is at the same spot, and it is where the enemies are massing. And most importantly, offensive magic and teleport magic or skills will not be allowed during this second phase. What? No magic? What? No magic?
Donut asked.
But I just upgraded my wall of fire. Wall of fire will have to wait. But it's just offensive magic. Magic designed to cause direct harm to another. And magic or skills designed to transport you from one space to another. There will be a suppression field over the entire floor that will disallow it. You can use such spells now, but the ability goes away the moment Phase 2 starts.
So, Donut's Puddle Jumper and my Gloom Wraith phase won't work? And what about the Gate of the Feral Gods? Or magical weapons?
Weapons will work, but not separate spells attached to them. The Wraith phase is an offensive skill, not a spell, and it will work. It's a phase, not a teleport. Puddle Jumper will not work. The Gate of the Feral Gods will not activate. You both have multiple spells that will work, such as Torch and Hole and Wisp Armor, but unfortunately, many more that will not.
So, let me get this straight. We can only enter into each other's territory through a kilometer-wide gap, and we can't use the best magic or teleport during this time? What about traps?
Traps will still work as long as they're not teleport or summon traps. They have to be static. You can't repurpose them as weapons or artillery ammunition. And the rest is correct. It is designed to force bloody hand-to-hand combat and non-magical artillery. During this time, you will be at a severe disadvantage. The other 8 teams will have the numbers and their vastly superior weapons that they brought with them from outside the dungeon. If you can survive this next week, then you might survive long enough to start moving offensively. Your only saving grace is that during this time, you only have 2 entry points into your land. You have to guard them both because once they're in, and can move freely. The ramp-up will end after 180 hours, which is a little more than a week of your time. When the open hostilities phase starts, the chaos truly begins. They will wish to defeat you before that phase even starts.
Donut said, looking over the map.
What about our new town? Can they attack that place during the ramp-up? Yes, but if they capture it, they still won't be able to get into your territory, or into Larakos. They will attack if it's left undefended. I suggest treating with the NPCs.
Maybe retreating? Is that what he means? Yeah, you're right. I just confirmed with Matt.
I suggest treating with the NPCs to help defend the town. The bulk of the enemy forces will be concentrated on you, and they won't want to commit a lot of resources taking the ring, as they will get it automatically should you fall. It's a tactically important prize, but not during ramp-up. It's a dangerous waste of troops to push in at this point, especially if you have active defenses.
Baroness Victory crossed her meaty arms.
Also, I should add, the bulk of the enemy's forces are mercenaries. The AI changed the 15K rule to allow the outsiders into the game. That means most everyone you're facing is someone who wasn't born in the dungeon, and they won't be so keen to wade into a real battle with real consequences. These warlords are called that in name only. Very few of the officers are warriors with real battle experience. Most of these mercenaries have only seen limited conflicts against armed opponents. They're mostly security forces. Not all, but most of them. My guess is they'll be shy to commit troops to actions with a high probability of casualties. They'll be looking for a single-punch knockout. That's what they know. Not complicated, not tricky. Just overwhelming numbers with pulse rifles and power armor facing down opponents who won't be able to shoot back very effectively for over a week. They'll want it done fast and easy.
Shit, I said, looking at the dozens of little campfires sitting on our border. 100,000 was a lot of enemies. I'd once gone to a concert with 20,000 people, and I couldn't get over how many people that was all at one place at one time. This was 5 times that. It was an insane amount of enemies.
We're building defenses,
Florin said, indicating a line on the side of the border.
We've created a new no-man's land. We've created a no-man's land that we will soon litter with... We've created a no-man's land that we will soon litter with... Litter? We've created a no-man's land. We've created a no-man's land that will soon litter... That we will soon litter. We've created a no-man's land that we will soon litter with tripper-proof traps. We've created a no-man's land that will soon litter with... We've created a no-man's land that we will soon litter with tripper-proof traps. We've created a no-man's land that we will soon litter with tripper-proof traps. Fuck me. We've created a no-man's land that we will soon litter with tripper-proof traps. We've created a no-man's land that we will soon litter with tripper-proof traps. Fuck. Tripper-proof traps. We've created a no-man's land that will soon litter... That we will soon... Fuck me. We've created a no-man's land that we will soon litter with tripper-proof traps. We're building trenches. We have engineers who've been watching and studying this type of warfare for a very long time, and we'll do our damnedest to hold them back. But if they break through, we'll have multiple fallback positions. Though once they're through, they'll be able to flank us until we get to the Fupa.
We all stood in silence. We all stood in silence, looking at the map. 100,000 troops on one side, ready to pour over us like ants. Earlier, Tip had said it had been a mistake for them to arm themselves with their existing gear and not take classes and spells. I wasn't so sure about that anymore. A small group of people entered the flag room. It was Louis, Katya, Bautista, Samantha, and a few others. Samantha sat on Louis's shoulder, bawling her eyes out. A trail of snot ran down her face, and she kept using Louis's neck to wipe.
You can't do that to a girl. You can't do that to a girl.
She was saying.
It's not right. I wouldn't have disrupted the wedding.
A little gnomish girl stood by Katya's legs. She wore a Dallas Cowboys jersey like a dress.
You said you would push her over and take her place at the last second.
Bonnie, the little gnome girl whom we'd rescued from the floating gnome fortress on the 5th floor, the one who'd made the lemonade during the boss fight with the goose. She'd come here with the changelings after the butcher's masquerade. Donut gasped and jumped from my shoulder to head bump the... Donut gasped and jumped from my shoulder to head bump the kid. Damn it. Donut gasped and jumped from my shoulder to head bump the kid. Donut gasped and jumped from my shoulder to head bump the kid.
You are a child. You do not understand.
I'm actually going to put her in chick too.
You are a child. You don't understand the intricacies of modern love. And even if I was going to do that, and... You are a child. You don't understand the intricacies of modern love. And even if I was going to do that, or maybe slit the bitch's throat, that's no reason to get married without letting me know.
She wiped more snot on Louis's neck.
Don't worry. That was just the first wedding. Don't worry. That was just the first wedding. There's a bigger ceremony in... Don't worry. That was just the first wedding. There's a bigger ceremony in a few weeks.
Louis and Katya both shot Donut a "why did you tell her that" look.
Wait. Really?
Oh, shit.
God damn it, Donut.
Samantha asked as the rest of us groaned.
There's another ceremony? Why didn't you say so? This changes everything.
Hey, kiddo, I said to Bonnie, ignoring the exchange. I went to a knee. Did you, fly here on Louie's new airship?
Hi, Carl. Hi, Donut.
Bonnie said.
I like it. It's faster than the Twister. Scarn and a few others are playing with it right now in the hangar. Louis hired a bunch of gremlins to work on it, and we bought an upgrade for door guns.
I patted the tiny gnome on the head. You shouldn't have to think about that sort of stuff. We just need you to stay safe. The little girl gave me a chilling smile.
I shouldn't have to think about killing Outworlders? Why shouldn't I? Have they stopped thinking about trying to kill me?
All right, I don't know if you guys can hear this, so I'm going to go ahead and play it through the speakers.
Wait. Really? There's another ceremony? Why didn't you say so? This changes everything.
Hey, kiddo.
That's so good. Yeah, that was definitely my favorite thing that I did. It's not written in there, but I thought it would be good.
Chapter 15. Time until the ceasefire ends, 33 hours.
Bunch of noise outside. Don't know what the fuck that is. Sounds like a whole bunch of planes. It's a dogfight. It's a dogfight going on outside. By the way, it's chapter 15. Between chapters, I'm going to be bothering you guys every single time to go check out our new app. We just released the public beta. So if there's any of you who are interested in signing up for it and testing it out and giving us feedback, I'd really appreciate it. If you check out the landing page that I just posted there, you'll see instructions, you'll see caveats. As like one of the things is you won't be able to purchase anything through the beta app, but you will be able to access your library if you've already bought stuff. If you just use your normal sign-in. So Thank you guys, any of you who've already been testing it. And also on the landing page, there's a link to a feedback form. And also, if you want to send feedback just via email, you can send it to support@soundbooththeater.com. Yes, this is a new app. We're wanting to replace the app that's currently in the App Store. So if you guys can test this out and let us know how you feel about it compared to the old one or just in general, we'd really appreciate it. We want to get this thing perfect before we actually release it. We're hoping to release it in January, but it depends. You know, if you guys all pile up on it and say, this sucks, I don't like this and this and this and this, then, you know, we'll take some more time and keep hammering away. You know, it's been a really long, hard journey with this app, but we want to get it right. We appreciate everybody who comes with us to our direct platform, and we want to make sure that there's as little fuss as possible, and hopefully we can create an even better experience than you have on Audible. So, yeah, I mean, to me, it's definitely cleaner. It looks better. It looks sexier. It's more streamlined. It's organized better, and it's faster. So I'm especially interested in what you guys have to say about the market, about the homepage where you're able to browse for and shop for new stuff. If you find it appealing, if it makes you curious, if it makes you want to dig in more into our library. So yeah, please give it a shot. It's in the link that I just posted, and it's also in the description of this YouTube video. So yeah, if you guys can please give it some tests, send us some feedback, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Huh. I never thought I'd see one of these again, I muttered as we hunched over in the woods. A loud, whining noise reverberated through the forest. A group of trees and vines crunched and cracked as they were pushed down and shattered by the distant, rolling ball of wailing mobs. The sound was like that of a screaming bulldozer bullying its way through the forest. If you purchase from the website and you are using the same profile that you use on the website, then yes, those should show up on the new app. How old am I? I'm 37 years old. I'll be 38 in a month and a half. Yeah, here we go. This one.
It's different,
Chris said.
It's slower. It's still fast, but it's slower.
A lot slower, Donut agreed. And it smells worse, if such a thing is possible.
Soon you will hit 40, and then it is only downhill from there. I believe you. Sounds like a great test for my new immersion tunnel purchase. Actually, I would absolutely love it if you guys if you guys listened to the Immersion Tunnel on the new app, because I think it's just like, to be honest, when I listen to our current app, it drives me nuts. I think it's worse for me than most people because I have a VIP account, so like I have every single thing on the app, and apparently what that does is it clogs things up. It makes things very slow if you have everything, which is like the worst. I do not want anyone who purchases a shit ton of our stuff to be punished by a slow app, right? So I looked down toward Chris's voice. I couldn't actually see the lava rock crawler, who had blended himself with the ground and was directly below our feet. I felt strange about standing directly atop him, but he insisted it didn't bother him. So he should be underground as well. A group of distant birds launched into the sky as the ball rolled by, shrieking their displeasure. Donut was right about the smell. It was an awful, if not familiar, stench. It was an awful, if not familiar, stench. It was me, Donut, Chris, Jamal, the hammerhead shark, and 3 of the newcomers. The newcomers were 2 former crawlers and a veteran of land war, which was a different game entirely that had been inflicted. The newcomers were 2 former crawlers and a veteran of land war, which was a different game entirely that had been inflicted on a... The newcomers were 2 former crawlers and a veteran of land war, which was a different game entirely that had been inflicted on his home planet. The newcomers were 2 former crawlers and a veteran of land war, which was a different game entirely that had been inflicted on his home planet. Everyone still called them crawlers. The land war guy's name was Bodhi, and he was a tall, tan-skinned human. He was a level 60 big-game spear hunter. He'd said maybe 3 words since I'd met him, making Chris seem downright chatty. Bodhi was one of the former crawlers elected to be a battalion commander based on his experience in and out of the dungeon. He did, indeed, carry a spear. Something from the pile. A long, efficient-looking metal stick with a no-nonsense point at the end. It had both a piercing and a boomerang... enhancement, meaning it'd fly back to the tall warrior's hand once tossed. I didn't know anything about him or his history, but based on the way the others looked at him, I knew this guy was someone famous. The other 2 crawlers were both male elves, but they were a type of elf I'd never seen. Both had white, pigment-free skin and sharp teeth, giving them a nightmarish appearance, more goblin than anything. Like they were dream elves who'd evolved underground. They'd exited the dungeon as tenors, those who tapped out at the start of the 10th floor, a season or 2 before Rosetta's. They otherwise acted fairly human-like. I was starting to come to the uncomfortable realization this was pretty normal for the people of the Syndicate, that the general citizenry of the galaxy as a whole were all similar to us in so many ways, despite their vastly different anatomies and cultures and environments. I didn't know what that meant, but the knowledge made me feel strangely unsettled. It was the same feeling I had during the Iron Tangle when I just knew I was missing something. Something important. Anyway, the names of the two elves were Griffin and Morales. Neither looked older than 20 years old, and unlike Chris or Bodhi, these two wouldn't shut the hell up. Griffin was a level 60 eviscerator, and Morales was a level 60 plumbing specialist, which was a healer class. But you wouldn't know it based on the large saber he carried. Griffin had a collection of throwing knives. They reminded me a bit of Louis and Faraz from when we first met them. But instead of wanting to stay away from the fight, they were both eager to get in on the action. The two elves had gotten ridiculously obnoxious tattoos on their necks the night before. The tats were of a large, flaming skull that was some sort of human-cat hybrid thing that looked like it was straight from a night... The tats were of a large, flaming skull that was some sort of human-cat hybrid thing that looked like it was straight from a 1980s skateboard deck. Surrounding the skull in large letters in Syndicate Standard read the words, Princess Posse or Death. It had their hastily formed battalion name. Sorry, there's some noise out there. Friendly Neighborhood Nitpicker, the link is in the description of the YouTube video, but I can still do that. It had their hastily formed battalion name, the 103rd. It had their hastily formed battalion name, the 103rd Recon Legionnaires, added to the bottom. And below that was the name of their squad, the Tenor Wraiths. The Tenor Wraiths. We were calling our largest organized groups battalions, which were then organized into squads and then platoons. As Florin pointed out, our battalions were actually much bigger than standard-sized ones that should actually be called brigades, but it was now too late. Artwork and tattoos and signs had popped up everywhere in a matter of hours. Donut was absolutely scandalized by the gaudy tattoos, especially when Griffin told her that half the former crawlers were getting ink of their own unit emblems through though most were getting them in less obvious places than their necks.
The units aren't finalized yet,
Donut said to the two, grinning and gap-toothed elves as she scrutinized their necks.
And what is that supposed to be? A mouse? You know there aren't bones in ears, right? Skulls shouldn't have ears. It's a cat and a human. You know, combined. It's a cat and a human. You know, combined.
Griffin said. Donut scoffed.
You mean like a cat girl? You know how I feel about cat girls, Griffin. No, not like that. It signifies all of us coming together. Mapes drew it. After he got out, he's been surviving as a street artist in Alpert. care if it was drawn by Blake Lively herself. It's on your necks, and it's huge. What if you get transferred?
We got more skin, Morales said.
Fuck yeah, we do,
Griffin added.
If you do transfer us, I want to go to the 105th Scream Warriors. Have you seen their logo? Have you seen their logo? As long as I'm tearing apart some of those mechanical reaver fucks or disemboweling one of them snobby prick elves, I'm happy.
He slapped himself on the bare right side of his neck.
Right here, Warlord. I'll wear it proudly, no matter where you put me. And if you transfer me a third time, I'll get a third one in the front.
Matt's here.
Donut looked at me incredulously.
Was this how it was when you first joined the Coast Guard? Was this how it was when you first joined the Coast Guard?
Sort of. I had to remind myself that these two guys were literally thousands of years old. They certainly didn't act like it. Donut was right. They reminded me of a pair of dumb 18-year-olds who joined the Marines and didn't know what the hell they'd just signed up for. We were at the very edge of the map, hunting down one of the mob incursions into our territory. There were a few dozen of these groups popping up like cockroaches, and we'd spread out the hunting responsibilities to different squads. The newcomers needed the experience the most. But the active crawlers needed to grind too, so all the groups were mixed. All volunteers. The ball of mobs lurched by again, this time bulldozing over a tree about 50 feet away. The shriek of animals and monsters within groaned and hissed. It was much more tightly packed than the last one we'd seen. The thing was spinning in wide circles, like a car without a driver, scribbling ovals. The thing was spinning in wide circles, like a car without a driver, scribbling ovals through the forest. It had apparently been doing this for some time, as evidenced by the long, circular path of destruction behind it. We were in the new area that got tacked on when the AI made the playing field larger. Based on the reports from the others, the mobs in here could be pretty much anything. There was no rhyme or reason or quests, kind of like the first floor. The AI was recycling mobs from all the previous floors, only changing them up a bit and strengthening them. The AI was recycling mobs from all the previous floors, only changing them up a bit and strengthening them to be level appropriate. Imani's team had clashed with something called chili goats, which had been mobs from the very first floor. Jurgen was leading a group not too far away, and they just fought Danger Dingo riding. Jurgen was leading a group not too far away, and they just fought Danger Dingo. Jurgen was leading a group not too far away, and they just fought Danger Dingo riding kobolds, like from the second. This thing we faced now was clearly a riff on the ball of swine boss we'd also fought on the first floor, though the name had changed.
Rolling battle formation ball. Level 70. You don't want to get in this thing's way. It would really stink. I hope you have some hydrogen peroxide, soap, and baking soda ready.
It wasn't listed as a boss at all, which was strange since the last one, which had been about 3/4 the size of this one, had been a burrow boss.
It's a lot different,
Donut agreed again.
It's a lot different. It's bigger than the Ball of Swine, and it's not filled with creepy 50 Shades of Grey orcs. At least I don't think it is. What are those things? They sound and smell revolting. Are they dead? They smell dead. If they're undead, we picked the wrong kind of mob to fight, because, you know. Because, you know.
She gave Rend a pointed glance, who was sitting on Mongo's head, jumping up and down with excitement. One of the little meatball's weaknesses was eating undead flesh. I know that smell. I'm pretty sure it's not undead. But you're right. We need to make sure before we let him into the fray. We need to make sure before we let him into the fray. Jurgen? God damn it. I retook that line so many times. Jurgen. Okay. Jurgen was leading a group not too far away, and they just fought danger dingo riding kobolds, like from the second. There we go. I'm going to try this again. I know that smell. I'm pretty sure it's not undead. But you're right. We need to make sure before we let him into the fray. There we go. Ah, it's earlier in the book too? Okay. Was it yesterday? Okay, what page are we on? 163. All right, why are you doing this? This is chapter 8, okay? A few pages in. Wait, that's chapter 7. Chapter 8. What? Here it is. We should be in Dude 2. Or Dude 4. No, Dude 3's alright. I briefly met a crawler named Jurgen. Okay, cool. I only said it one other time. That's it, so. I'm narrating till 3 p.m. my time.
Donut scrunched up her face.
Either way, we need to hurry this up. Kotya is starting her rehab treatment in a bit. Kotya is starting her rehab treatment in a bit, and I don't want to miss it. Kotya is starting her rehab treatment in a bit, and I don't want to miss it.
Don't worry. Imani's team found that safe room entrance buried about a... Don't worry. Don't worry. Imani's team found that safe room entrance buried about a mile fucking a half. Don't worry. Don't worry. Imani's team found that safe room entrance buried about 1.5 miles from here while scouting for our airship base. While Katya is under, I gotta do a thing too, so I'll make sure we're back in time. Okay. Next time it circles by. I was interrupted by a thrashing from behind us, followed by a pop and a mechanical whir. The scent of broken machinery and fire filled our hiding spot. "Oh, goodness," came the voice from behind. "Oh, my goodness, it appears Jamal has made another blunder. Mr. Carl, I do fear I require assistance." Mr. Carl, I do fear I require assistance." God damn it, Jamal, I said, turning to see the giant hammerhead shark flopping on the forest floor. He was surrounded by a pile of shattered and steaming automaton parts. "You broke it again?" "Mr. Carl, I must give you an apology," the hammerhead shark said. "I just did a little hop, and then the metal pieces did break again. Jamal has so many sorries to give, and Jamal is giving you all of them." I moved to start picking up the pieces of broken legs. I moved to start picking up the pieces of broken legs all around the tattoo-turned flesh. That was the third one of these I'd hastily built for the overweight shark. It was similar to the new conveyance Katya had built for Tran, but much bigger. It was basically 8 double-jointed legs and a harness for the 17-foot-long sea creature who had the anatomy of a regular, if not oversized, hammerhead shark. Only he now breathed air. He could no longer breathe water, despite having gills. Up until now, the huge thing was literally flopping around like one of those zombie fish from the last floor. When he was one of Signet's paper tattoos, he'd been able to fly. Now he just flopped. When he was one of he was apparently pretty good at it, but he couldn't move fast, nor could he be subtle. I'd hastily built him a voice-controlled automaton harness so he could move quickly and quietly. It made him look like some horrifying spider hybrid, but it gave him much more control. The whole thing was supposed to be a prototype. I could make something that was more rugged, but Katya could do it better. We wanted to first make sure the design worked. My model required Jamal to call out to the legs and tell them where he wanted to go. When Katya was ready, her version would be able to read Jamal's thoughts and act accordingly. Meanwhile, the prototype legs held Jamal's massive weight just fine. Except when he told the legs to hop, which he kept doing for some inexplicable reason. The magically enhanced joints could handle jumping him into the air fine,
but they just couldn't handle the landing more than once or twice. 3 times now we built the thing, and it worked great, up until Jamal instructed the legs to jump into the air. You want him faster, Matt? Is it okay to leave what I did, or do you want me to go back? Because I can go faster from here on.
I told you not to hop at all. Now you're going to have to wait for Katya. I don't have any more of the extra-large leg joints, and she's going to be out of commission for several hours. I told you not to hop at all. Now you're going to have to wait for Katya. I don't have any more of the extra-large leg joints, and she's going to be out of commission for several hours.
The shark waved his head back and forth in misery. I have a great amount of shame and regret. Still, Mr. Carl, I don't see why Jamal shouldn't be able to hop. It is something Jamal always wished to do.
Stop elbowing Jamal!
Donut snapped.
We've talked about this. I have very few pet peeves, but this is one of them. I simply can't handle someone who refers to themselves in third person. It's upsetting to me, and it confuses Mongo.
Oops.
Stop elbowing Jamal!
Carl. Mongo made a confused peep. Griffin and Morales both grunted with amusement. Bodhi just looked at the shark impassively. I have found more apologies and I have found more apologies, and now they are yours, Miss Donut. It is my yearning that makes me forget myself, you see. I tell you, jumping is what Jamal... it is what I wish to do. Yes, Jamal, we are all aware you want to jump. Oh, I do, I very much yearn for it, Mr. Carl. Did you know I used to be an apex predator? And after that, I was a terror who could fly? Do you know how many clowns I have consumed? How many lemurs? Now I can't even do a little hop. It's a great yearning. It's a great yearning Jamal has. I do wish to feel the wind in my gills. I wish to hop across the battlefield. Oh, what a wish I have.
My wish is for you to be quiet and to be patient, I said through gritted teeth. We don't have time for this. Just stay here. We're going to break the ball apart and fight the pieces individually. If any come this way, feel free to chomp, but don't eat all of them. We know you're a great fighter, but you're already level 72, and we're trying to level all the newcomers up a bit. Behind us, the rolling ball of screaming death made another pass through the underbrush, this time closer.
It does smell really bad. It does smell really bad,
Morales said.
like a way station restroom in a Sootha system during the Sweet Pepper Festival. Like a way station restroom in a Sootha system during the Sweet Pepper Festival,
Griffin added. Jamal's sense of smell was once greatly enhanced, but that sense of smell is not working at all anymore. Not even one little bit. It is quite thoroughly gone. Just like his ability to hop.
Jamal! 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 Jamal!
Ah, dude, it's really hard. That's hard to do. This is supposed to be Donut.
Jamal!
Donut hissed. I grabbed Rend and cradled him in my left arm as I pulled the impact hobblobber and prepared my chistera. The little meatball was quivering with excitement. Everybody shush. I'm going to nail it the next pass.
Jamal! Jamal! Jamal!
No, I think this one. Mordecai and Morales both insisted this would work. These things were basically splitters, and just like the ball of swine on the first floor, the individual pieces were immune from all damage while they were in ball form. Once the ball itself sustained enough damage, it would break apart. The individuals inside would be dazed for a few moments, so we had to act quickly. Ahead, the circling ball of mobs crushed through more trees. The thing was like 20 feet tall. "Okay, buddy," I said down to Rend, "Do you remember what I said? I'm going to hold on to you, but when I tell you to bite, you chomp." Rend grunted and snapped his mouth a few times. His little teeth clicked loudly. "Good job." I circled, and I launched the hobblobber directly at the rolling ball. Bam! The explosive hit the battle formation dead center. The explosion came, echoing loudly in the woods, but the ball didn't break apart like expected. A health bar appeared just halfway down as the stinking, rolling ball turned at a right angle and started barreling directly toward us. The furry black and white ball sped up. A chorus of high-pitched, angry screams rose in volume.
Well, that wasn't supposed to happen.
Well, that wasn't supposed to happen, Morales said. "Oh, fuck!" I said, as I quickly pulled a second hobblobber and tossed it. "Heads up!" Splatch. This one did the job. We all ducked as the ball exploded outward, causing dozens of small, waist-high mobs to rain through the forest. Most kept their forward momentum and blasted toward us like they'd been shot from a shotgun. They rained around us and over us. They crashed into trees and crunched into the ground, hitting and spinning and screeching. One slammed into a tree right next to me, crunched loudly, and toppled over, dead. His fuzzy head was bent at a sickening angle. Another whiffed by and slammed into Griffin, who swore loudly as they tumbled away. Another splotched into Jamal, who yelped and started flopping in circles. Mongo screeched and jumped into a tree. One of the creatures landed directly at my feet, hitting the ground like a meteor.
His legs were broken, and his body steamed. He wasn't dead, but he was dazed, and would be for several seconds. He only had a sliver of life left. I quickly examined him. He wasn't undead. Like I expected, he was a skunk. Sort of. This version was a bipedal creature, about 2 feet tall, furry and black with the typical long white stripe down its back. It wore some rudimentary cobbled-together armor, including a stick with a crude black spike at the end. This was clearly supposed to be some sort of monster from the first or second floor, but buffed up.
Skunk Warrior, level 45. You ever see those Pepe Le Pew cartoons? You know, the ones where they taught kids that rape was funny, especially when it was French people doing it to cats? These guys are like that, but instead of being extra horny, they just want to kill you. Skunks, if left to their own desires, have a generally peaceful attitude, at least at the individual level. But unfortunately for them, their leadership feels differently and uses a variety of spells and tricks to keep them in line. These guys have a really gross aerosol-based attack. You've been warned.
Everything just happened next. Everything that happened next took less than a full minute, but it seemed to take much, much longer.
Go!
I cried as I retracted my scoop. I moved Rend into my left hand and thrust him toward the dazed creature.
Chomp, Rend! Chomp!
Ren's little mouth chattered up and down as he gnawed on the furry neck of the dying creature. It was like I was holding the business end of a food processor in my hand. Blood sprayed from the point of contact as Rend gurgled with glee. He pushed through the neck of the poor skunk. There were about 3 dozen of the mobs. Mongo squealed as he pounced from the tree, tearing into them. From my left, a spear shot through the air and skewered 2 at once. The spear spun back, cutting through a 3rd skunk as it returned to Bodhi, who'd somehow also climbed a tree. Donut screeched and fired a pair of magic missiles before casting her newly enhanced level 15 bad attitude on the grip. Donut screeched and fired a pair of magic missiles before casting her newly enhanced level 15 bad attitude on the group. The effect wouldn't be immediately obvious with them dazed. With that first kill, Rend had already grown from meatball-sized to softball, and I could barely hold him in one hand. I kicked another dazed skunk, smushed down on its chest with my foot, holding it down as I jabbed Rend at its terrified face. An unholy gurgling noise rose from the pet as he bit the thing's nose off like it was made of cake. The giggling pet dropped from my hand and took a few more bites before hopping up on his own and running toward another skunk and launched itself. The giggling pet dropped from my hand and took a few more bites before hopping up on his own and running toward another skunk and launched himself at his leg. The monster toppled over, and Rend, now the size of a bowling ball, was on him, his high-pitched giggles already turning deeper, sounding almost like a clogged drain sucking for air. To my right, 3 skunks were pulled into the ground as Chris dragged them under. But now the remaining skunks were finally waking up, one by one. Donut's bad attitude was taking hold, and instead of fighting back, they all turned to flee, all of them screeching with terror, abandoning their spears.
Call!
Donut called, sounding excited, pointing at a still dazed skunk sitting in the middle of the carnage as his brethren panicked all around him. This mob looked just like all the others, except he was maybe a little smaller. He wore a blue, conical wizard hat with a glittering star and planet pattern on it. Little sparkles tinkled off the top of the hat.
Fancy Boy! Level 55 Skunk Battle Wizard. This is a special skunk with a very special set of skills.
He knows the skills are special This is a special skunk with a very special set of skills. He knows the skills are special because his mom told him so. Don't you dare tell him otherwise. Even though he's a higher level than the average warrior, he's actually a lot weaker. Still, he has a lot of spells designed to get the warriors to do what he wants, and he controls his fellow warriors with an iron claw. Funny how that works, isn't it? In books and movies, the leader of a gang is almost always the physically strongest one, but in reality, oftentimes, it's the opposite. The leaders tend to be the richest, or they lead simply because of tradition. The leaders tend to be the richest, or they lead simply because of tradition. The leaders tend to be the richest, or they lead simply because of tradition. They tend to keep their power by engineering a situation where things would get temporarily worse if they were gone. It takes a certain amount of desperation before people finally stop caring about their immediate futures and start to look at the long term. Killing him may cause unpredictable results. Nobody touch him! He's mine!
Donut shouted. She hit the creature with a magic missile, knocking the wizard skunk over onto his back. Not quite dead, but certainly unconscious. His little hat went flying. She moved to cast again, but she never got the chance. She never got the chance because that was when it happened. And when it happened, it all happened at once. It was worse than I expected. Up until this moment, while the skunks all stank like a truckload of rotten fruit left to ferment in a barrel of hot horse piss, none of them, not even the dead ones, had yet activated their most dreaded skill. Psst, psst, psst. Psst, psst, psst. It sounded like a few dozen showerheads all turned on at once. Just for a second. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. The battle wizard skunk guy must have been controlling the others, somehow keeping the attack in reverse. The instant he was knocked out by Donut, all their restrictions against using the attack were suddenly lifted. The panicked, trying to escape skunk creatures all let loose at once. A green-tinged aerosol mist filled the air, filling the area like the explosion of a smoke grenade, rising and billowing and growing like the mist itself was a mob. It had multiple protections against poisons and cloud-based attacks. I had multiple protections against poisons and cloud-based attacks, but I wasn't certain if any of that would protect me against a skunk spray. I didn't want to find out. A mere blink before the cloud hit me, I activated Gloomwraith phase, which caused me to go incorporeal and rush forward. I launched forward like I was shot from a ballista, rushing through a group of 4 skunks, all with their backs to me. The act of me passing through their bodies unraveled them, turning their flesh and fur into rivulets of blood and guts and skin. Their armor was unaffected, and their weapons and breastplates clanked to the forest floor, literally wrapped in ribbons of flesh and fur. The sensation was like that of running through a sprinkler set to a very fine mist. A handful of new achievements notifications flashed. A handful of new achievement notifications flashed. I'd seen this sort of attack before. The Rage Elemental had done this to Leonda. The Rage Elemental had done this to in reserve, got it. The Rage Elemental had done this to Yolanda. That quick realization sent a pang of revulsion through me. That quick realization sent a pang of revulsion through me.
The battle wizard skunk guy must have been controlling the others, somehow keeping the attack in reserve. I'll just write a scene where a person is slapping themselves over and over because he's a method actor. Oh, that's too good. I could keep myself non-corporeal. Sorry. That thought's making my face hurt. I could keep myself non-corporeal only for 5 seconds. My head spun, but I had to react quickly. I activated walk on air and rushed upward, like I was running up a set of stairs, reaching a branch just above the rising cloud. Both skills ended, and I landed upon a branch, which bobbed. I settled near Bodhi, who stood on an even higher branch in the same tree. I didn't see how he'd gotten up there. He grunted with amusement and tossed his spear again into the mist. It appeared as if all the fleeing skunks were frozen again, but I wasn't certain why. Mongo had also leapt into a neighboring tree, but he'd clearly gotten sprayed. He had a skanked debuff blinking over his head, and he let out a miserable hack and started to loudly vomit down into the mist. "Call! Help! Help!" Donut squealed from below. I couldn't see her. As I prepared to jump down there to grab her, she suddenly appeared near Mongo with a flash. She'd puddle-jumped, also into the tree, right onto the same branch as the still-puking dinosaur. The whole thing wobbled ominously. "Oh, God," I said, trying to keep my gorge down. The smell from Donut and Mongo was horrific, almost unbearable, and they were 10 feet away. Chris. "I am buried. Tell me when it's safe to come up. I can smell it even down here." Griffin, Morales, Jamal, and Rend were all still down there somewhere, and I could hear the sound of the 2 elves violently vomiting. The trees cracked and shook, and Jamal emerged from the mist, far to my left, rolling on the ground and shaking, like he was having a seizure. He was in the midst of a feeding frenzy, his berserker state. He had the fancy boy skunk in his mouth, and he crunched loudly onto him. The shark made a little whoop, did a barrel roll, and then flopped back into the mist, which was starting to dissipate. I disabled the mobs, Bodhi said from the branch above me. "There will be suffering from our allies, but they will survive. We wait." Let's try something else. "I disabled the mobs. There will be suffering from our allies, but they will survive. We wait."
That was, by far, the most words I'd heard from him. I could now see the two elves on their hands and knees, vomiting as they tried to crawl away. They both had the skanked debuff over their heads, but their health wasn't going down. It appeared the attack made it so they stank and lost control of their stomachs. Not deadly on its own, but awful. I could also see a beach ball-sized rend rolling in circles, Samantha-style, cackling like a psychopath. He was moving from skunk to skunk, taking a single bite out of each one's neck before moving on. The skunks all appeared to be paralyzed. Cone-shaped sprays of blood littered the forest floor. As I watched, Rend tentatively approached an already dead skunk and tried to eat him whole, like a snake eating prey too big for it. He gave up after a moment and just chomped him in half.
Carl!
Donut called from her branch as she gagged.
This is absolutely not acceptable. I don't have anything in my inventory. I don't have anything in my inventory that says it gets rid of... I don't have anything in my inventory that says it gets rid of this debuff.
Crack! She didn't finish, as she and Mongo plummeted back to the forest floor. Much suffering from our allies. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like that voice either. I disabled the mobs. I disabled the mobs. There will be suffering from our allies. There will be suffering from our allies, but they will survive. We wait. Much suffering from our allies. Bodhi said.
Sometimes Jamal is very much happy he can no longer smell. I suspect it's quite unpleasant indeed. I have never in my life seen such vomiting.
Oh. I laughed, but immediately regretted it. As I took in a deep breath of the terrible stench. I'd already lost my lunch a few times and didn't want to do it again. Some sense you got used to after a little bit. This wasn't one of them. Donut looked as if she was about to throttle the shark as we rushed through the woods. Instead, she turned her ire toward me.
I don't know what's so funny. 3 hours, Carl. This is ridiculous.
She panted as she talked. She was absolutely miserable, but Mordecai said he had a potion that would help. It wouldn't stop the reek, but it would blunt her ability to smell and taste. I tried to move upwind of her and the others. We'd caged Mongo because he kept whimpering. I pushed away the separate chats from Florin, Imani, Ellie, and Brittany as I was too distracted to pay attention. Only Donut, Griffin, Morales, and Jamal had the debuff. Though the shark wasn't actually affected since he couldn't smell. For whatever reason, it hadn't taken hold on Rend at all. Chris had managed to avoid it as well. The debuff had finally gotten Griffin and Morales to shut up, and they marched sullenly behind us, their heads low as Jamal rolled toward them, looking for someone else to talk with. The skanked debuff caused them to temporarily stink, lowered their charisma by 70%, and that was pretty much it. The vomiting was an unfortunate side effect, and worst of all, there was nothing one could do to turn the smell off. It lasted 3 hours, and that was that.
Donut jumped to my shoulder, oblivious of my discomfort. I gagged, grabbed her, and dropped her to the forest floor. She was so pissed she barely noticed as she continued to rant. "You know," I said, interrupting her, If this had happened to you during the before times, you'd probably stink a lot longer than 3 hours. In some ways, this ended up being better."
Hardly. Getting sprayed by a skunk is supposed to be something that happens to an idiot Labrador named Cletus. Ugh. This isn't something that would ever happen to an indoor prize-winning cat. At least I got that hat. At least I got that hat. But it just smells something awful. All our other magical gear avoided getting stinky, but the hat is unbearably putrid. All our other magical gear avoided getting stinky, but the hat is unbearably putrid. We don't have a laundry machine. We don't have a laundry machine. Do you think if I run it through my shower, it'll get... We don't have a laundry machine. Do you think if I run it through my shower, it'll get the smell out of it? Or maybe I can have the cleaner bot look at it. He likes cleaning that sort of stuff.
Let me try one more thing for Bodhi.
Much suffering. Much suffering from our allies. I disabled the mobs. There will be suffering from our allies, but they will survive. We wait.
Not too much. I think it's all right.
I doubt it will work. If it's anything like cat pee, it's pretty permanent, no matter how many times you wash it. We'll drain it and then toss it, and we should probably give the cleaner bot a break. That thing has been acting really stressed lately.
We're all stressed, Carl. And that's his job.
Rend hopped by, cackling as he moved into the bush. He'd gone up to level 8 and remained about the size of a large beach ball. Level 8 was a decent start because it meant he'd regenerate if he died, but it still wasn't good enough. We needed to find more mobs for him to train on.
And why wasn't that thing affected when my poor Mongo got sick? It's not fair.
He's pretty resilient.
Well, we should have had him collect the sample of the mist for Mordecai. I mean, really? Why do you think he wants some of that stuff anyway?
Because he wants us to collect everything. Ahead, Bodhi appeared on the trail, pointing with his spear, indicating he'd found the path to the safe room. He disappeared again.
Mongo and I are supposed to be moral support for Katya, and now I can't do it. You'll have to be there for her.
We need you on the southern front anyway. With you there, they can get those trenches built much faster. As for Katya, I was already planning on being there.
As for Katya, I was already planning on being there. I said, sighing. I hadn't told Donut exactly how much of Katya's rehab I'd be involved in. We were attempting to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Sure enough, the safe room entrance appeared on the edge of the map, along with a wide circle of dots. They were workers who were building a small base around the remote outpost. Come on, just don't get too close to anybody. You don't want to leave a lasting impression on them. Ellie.
Okay, I'm back in our territory. I'm pretty sure I found all the artillery batteries on both sides, but I can't be 100%. But we got a new problem. They have another nasty surprise ready for us on the Naga side. Remember when you said you wanted me to find out why those robot guys wanted pet leveling to be accelerated? Well, I found out.
Carl. Can't wait. See you soon. We had to pause for Morales to dry heave some more. The tattoo on his neck pulsated as he gagged. The 2 elves didn't appear nearly as enthusiastic about all this. As they had been just an hour earlier. Boom.
Man, 528 people here. Now, I did discover on Twitter that Twitter doesn't stop counting people. What the fuck? I thought I'd already done the go live on Instagram. Oh, well. Anyway, yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. 529 people, but Twitter doesn't, they give you the view count, and that's it. They don't, take it back when people leave. So the number keeps building. So, before I go on to the next chapter, I'm just going to keep doing my plug here, because it's impotent. Not impotent, impotent. We just released the public beta of our new app, which I have just left the link in the chat about. Chat for. That's a landing page. It will take you to instructions and the link to allow you to download the app. And yeah, it's in my opinion a big improvement on the app that's available on the App Store now from us. Please give it a shot. Please read the instructions from the landing page and give us some feedback. There's a link for a feedback form that's on that page, and also you can just send your feedback to support@soundbooththeater.com. We really need as much info, testing. We need as many opinions as we can possibly get before we launch this thing, because we want it to launch perfectly. We want it to be the best app possible when we launch it. We're going to be creating more and more features as the year goes on, but for now it is what it is. And we just want it to be smooth and convenient for you guys for now. But once we keep adding features, you guys are really going to love it. We have lots of cool, fun ideas that are, different from what Audible does. And, in the next couple years, it's going to be very important for our own platform to do really well, because honestly, Audible, ACX are becoming less and less viable as time goes on. So Devtron says, Jeff, what I want for your little app is going to be a really long email. Please give us as much as you want to give us. I'm pretty sure, Devtron, that you're an IT guy anyway, so that's going to be invaluable. But yeah, guys, I'd really appreciate all the feedback. Please download as much as you download and try it out. You can sign in to the app with your current Soundbooth Theater profile or your current Soundbooth Theater email address, and that will open up your entire library in there. You might have to fuss a bit with it, do a hard close of the original app before you log into this one. You will be able to pick up new free stuff in the app, but you won't be able to do in-app purchases. You'll still be able to do purchases on the website, and then those will be added to your library in the app. So yeah, guys, please, one more time, just try it out, try and break it, do what you can to figure out what makes this app good, what makes it bad, and give us feedback. Send feedback to support@soundbooththeater.com or click on the link that's on the landing page that will take you to the feedback form. Try to fuck shit up. Purchase in-app will be allowed after the real launch, yes. All right, just gonna check with the team, see how the feedback's coming. Yeah, sorry guys. Sometimes I'm checking communications from the team and stuff. Everly. You! Everly hissed, pointing her leg at one of her two remaining mercenaries. He was an ogre with pinprick eyes and an oversized, crushed nose on his damnable, emotionless face. He'd spent the last several moments holding up the rock ceiling as sand poured in from all sides. The mantis didn't know why, but the sight of the ogre standing there, straining and grunting, made her unreasonably angry. You can try restore all purchases. Just make sure that you're on your profile and not on the guest account, because the guest account, it won't do anything. You!
Watching you try to hold up the ceiling is irritating me. You're not going to stop it, so don't bother. Dig if you must. Just don't stand there like that.
Well, let him know. I didn't have any trouble getting my library up, so I don't know what's happening. It might be, I don't know what kind of phone do you have? The other mercenary, a dwarf, was on his hands and knees, desperately sifting through the sand, looking for the keyhole. Everly watched him work for a few moments, panting as he dug with his hands, digging and digging through the meter-deep sand, looking for the tiny hole. They didn't have the key. They hadn't found it on the floor above before they'd had to jump down or get crushed. It was pointless. Still, he worked. Blood ran down the dwarf's thick, calloused fingers as he dug. Tears streamed down the mercenary's dirty face.
He's right there,
Everly thought as she watched him, strangely fascinated. Unlike the ogre, this one didn't annoy her nearly as much, and she wasn't certain why.
Right on the edge.
He still held out hope, no matter how unreasonable that hope was, and he clung on to it with everything he had. But Everly could see it, like water seeping from a punctured skin, the hope draining from him with each passing moment. She pitied him. For the first time, the mantis pitied one of her mercenaries. How many had she hired over these last several floors? 2, 3 dozen? Some she'd fired in a rage. Some had simply disappeared and still remained on her payroll, much to her annoyance. The rest had died. This, the inevitable ruin. That's what their queen used to call this moment. The moment you realized there was no hope, nothing left to do, and all that was left was to die and reflect upon what you've already done while you waited. To ruminate on how you've helped the colony, and to beg forgiveness of God for not sacrificing enough. When Everly was younger, she used to think she'd be like the dwarf, if and when she faced this moment, the inevitable ruin. She would fight to the end, unable to accept it. Yet, here she was, sitting in the sand, doing exactly what her mother, the queen, said she would do. What all her kind did. She'd accepted death, and all that was left was to ponder. She almost laughed out loud. The younger version of herself would be raging right now.
It's not over,
she'd say.
It's not over until you're dead. Get down there and dig, damn you!
And by younger, Everly meant the version of herself from just before the demons had come to her world. It had only been half a turn, yet it seemed so long ago. Lifetimes. She'd left the colony just a few days before that. Set out on her own because she couldn't abide the rules, the lack of individualism in mantis culture. She'd become an outcast, left to wander the sward on her own. This is it, she thought now, watching as the giant ogre also fell to his knees and into the sand. He dug with desperate eagerness, causing a great cascade to fan out into the air. Like a mole excavating a new burrow. Half the sand the ogre tossed was landing in the hole the other mercenary was working on, who didn't seem to notice. Above, the ceiling groaned and cracked as it continued to lower. Lights dotted the ceiling.
the only illumination in the room giving it a yellow, sickly glow. This 8th floor had been a strange world, a long, flat, grass-covered lowland meant to mimic the sward. But hidden in the grass were thousands of round holes of various sizes, each one leading downward to a different area, ever going down and down like the labyrinth of a cavern wasp colony. Ever going down and down like the labyrinth of a cavern wasp colony. The stairwells to the 9th floor were supposedly somewhere at the bottom. But instead of going down through the holes, there'd be another option. But instead of going down through the holes, there'd been another option. In the very middle of the grassland was a tall, wide tower, rising about 50 levels into the sky. On the front door of the tower was a simple note that read, "Warning, if you enter the tower maze, you must proceed to the top before you're allowed to go back down. No teleporting or phase allowed in the tower." There'd been no other information than that, no indication if it was necessary to use the tower or not. The others debated whether or not to risk entering. It seemed like someone had to go in there and try it. For all they knew, it was the only way to open up the stairwells far below. And then, Everly received the benefactor box from her sponsor, who so far had been quite generous with gifts. The sponsor's name was Dictum Waystation Controls Limited. The sponsor's name was Dictum Waystation Controls Limited. The item in the box was called Gordon's Compass of Vertical Labyrinth Management, 49 uses. It was a simple device, and it appeared it was going to be enormously helpful. It showed the bearer the quickest and safest path through a maze. But there was a problem. The description specifically stated it wouldn't work in subterranean mazes. It was clear that the compass was meant to be used to navigate the tower. So, Everly and her 10 mercenaries decided to enter the tower while several other crawlers waited at the bottom. Some of her fellow mantises had offered to go with her. She refused their help, like she always did. Each stairwell upward ended in a landing that consisted of 5 one-way doors, with supposedly a different danger behind each. Each stairwell upward ended in a landing that consisted of 5 one-way doors, with supposedly a different danger behind each one. What? Each stairwell upward ended in a landing that consisted of 5 one-way doors, with supposedly a different danger behind each one. Each time, the compass pointed to the safest and Each time, the compass pointed to the safest and fastest path. Each time she opened the safe door. Each time she opened the safe door, the other doors disappeared, revealing a small, empty hallway and another set of stairs. And that was it. No danger. The compass could only be used 49 times, and the tower was 50 levels high. With the help of the compass, Everly and her team managed to carefully creep their way up the 50 flights of stairs in a matter of hours. When they used the compass the 49th time, to go from the 49th to the 50th floor, it pointed to a single door before shattering into a dozen pieces. At the very top of the tower, they came to a large, round room. At this point, Everly had received multiple awards for viewership. She wasn't one to feel much emotion other than annoyance, but she did allow a glimmer of excitement to creep in. A fan box. She'd heard of such things from others, but she'd never been the most popular. She'd heard of such things from others, but she'd never been the most popular. But now she was finally getting recognized. The entire center system was watching her, alone, traveling up this tower on a mission to possibly help save her fellow mantises. That was a good, unfamiliar feeling, and she savored it. She wondered what her mother would have thought. Sitting in the middle of the room upon a pedestal was nothing more than a folded tent of paper. She warily skittered forward and picked it up. It was a note.
and the moment she touched it, the system read the note out loud. The announcement came in a voice she'd never heard before. Never trust your life to Gordon Way Station Outfitters. There's no safe or cheap path to safety. Never trust your life to Gordon Way Station Outfitters. There's no safe or cheap path to safety. This dead end was sponsored by... This dead end was sponsored by Dictum Way Station Controls Limited. Don't get caught with nowhere to go. Don't get caught with nowhere to go.
What?
She said out loud, not understanding. It took a moment for it to sink in. It was an advertisement. The whole tower had been an advertisement. She'd seen a few of those throughout the dungeon, traps that announced they were sponsored by so-and-so before they went off. The announcer man said it was a pilot program this season. But this was something else. But this was something else. This entire tower had been built by her own sponsor, and they'd given her an item that deliberately led her here. The item was named after Gordon Way Station Controls, a competitor of her sponsor. Humiliation. And then anger. That anger washed over her, an anger so powerful that it temporarily blotted out the fear. An advertisement? They had used her for an advertisement? How fucking dare they? There was a loud grinding noise, and a trap door appeared in the floor. You may now make your way downward. The path you used upward is no longer available. She pulled up the scratch pad and scrawled an angry note in the cookbook, but she was interrupted by a new sound. The roof above them started to slowly crush down. Her mercenaries started to shout and point. They moved to the stairs, which led down to a landing with 4 doors. Now, only 10 flights down, and only 3 of them were left alive. Everly wondered if this would have happened if she'd allowed some of the others to go up the tower with her. Maybe one of the others had heard of this Gordon Way Station Company and would have figured out the whole thing was a trap. But she'd insisted on staying alone this whole time, even after she'd entered the dungeon and found thousands of her fellow mantises, all equally confused and afraid. She'd wanted to work with them. They'd wanted to work with her. Still, she'd struck out on her own, determined to fight it all. In her own way. Her only companions were the NPCs and the invisible words etched on her prayer mat. The dwarf finally stopped digging. He rolled onto his back and looked up at the ceiling, and closed his eyes. He reached up, almost able to touch it now. The inevitable ruin. The inevitable ruin. She'd whispered it out loud. That's when it had happened, wasn't it? Not now, here in this damn tower. It happened when I abandoned the others. So much earlier than I realized. Next to her, the ogre, who hadn't said a single word since she'd hired him, changed. He, too, had stopped digging and now lay prone atop the sand like he was going to sleep, his head turned toward hers. She watched the change happen. There was a flash, like a screen booting up, deep in the back of his small, black eyes.
Maybe there's more to it than this,
the ogre said, just as the slow-moving ceiling kissed the side of his face. His body shifted and was pushed into the sand.
Maybe it's not inevitable, like you say.
She reached her arm out and touched the ogre, just as it started to hurt. Class, Explosives Engineer. Race, Primal. Birth race, Sword Mantis. Top level, 62. Dungeon exit, crushed to death on the 8th floor. Author of the 5th edition of the Dungeon Anarchist's Cookbook. Current status, dead. Whew. Oh, yeah. Slightly shorter chapter. Have to pay respect. Okay. Next chapter. Chapter 16. Time until ceasefire ends, 31 hours. Okay. 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 Mordecai said as Katya sat nervously on the hospital cot. I paced back and forth behind them, equally anxious. I had a bed of my own waiting for me. This is going to take This is going to take about 8 to 10 hours for you, Katya. Carl, this is going to take about 8 to 10 hours for you, Katya. Carl, I'm not sure how long your session will take. It should be significantly less, eh? But I don't think anyone has actually tried this outside a drug den before, so who knows? He placed the fizzing green jar on the counter. It looked like thick, carbonated slime. The concoction made a hissing noise. This jar is enough for both of you. It's basically 2 hits of Glory Bound, but compounded with a subdermal gel and mixed with a potion called Tough Love. Kinda like that anti-alcohol potion I gave to Louis and Faraz on the 5th floor, but with a long brew time. I started making this on the previous floor, and it has to sit nice and long before it gains its potency, and we are now in that window. It goes stale fast, so it's now or never, eh? The dose I'm giving to you, Carl, I'm also going to combine with another potion called Removal Order. That way we'll be visiting the spider's memories instead of your own.
He paused, swallowing hard. I hope. Okay, Bucket Boy. Fuck, I forgot. Did Bucket Boy talk? Yeah, I guess it's just book 6. Dr. Bones, okay. Yeah, all right. All right, yeah. He didn't say anything.
A removal order will work for such a powerful entity?
Bucket Boy asked. The crocodilian kid, a former attendant of the penis parade, stood in the room and somehow looked pale, despite being covered with scales.
Isn't that for weaker possessions?
The NPC looked over at me nervously. He leaned in toward Mordecai and whispered loud enough for the whole room to hear.
Like, won't his head explode if it doesn't work right?
Sin will be proofing this, so she'll very much appreciate. Bucket Boy. Wait, what? No, his head won't explode, Mordecai said. Not the way we're doing it. Probably not. Is it too hard to okay, I'll try again.
Too much braces in the nerd voice.
Removal order will work for such a powerful entity? Removal order will work for such a powerful entity? Too much braces.
Damn it. There's a hair that won't get off my nose.
Isn't that for weaker possessions? Isn't that for weaker possessions?
Fuck. My beard is not on my nose, okay?
Isn't that for weaker possessions? Like, won't his head explode if it doesn't work right?
Check my glasses. Yeah, it could be being held on by the fucking... I think it's gone now.
I sat on the cot. Ah, Jesus, I muttered. We'll both die.
We'll both die. Don't do this, Carl.
Shut the fuck up. I said, slapping myself on the chest. Katya had only taken the insidious, addictive drug Glory-Bound once, which had caused her to relive her favorite memory. But the drug was terribly addictive and came with several nasty side effects, one of which was her losing her grasp on what was real or not. We'd only seen a few minor examples of this so far, but we needed to get this taken care of now before it got worse. And that required her to take Glory-Bound a second time, but with a version of the drug modified by Mordecai. Katya would go under, but she would be forced to confront something from her past. I didn't know what that was, and I didn't ask. That was her business, and it was something she'd have to face on her own. Based on the hollow look in her eyes, I knew it would be something terrible. She trembled. We weren't inside of a safe room, but in a newly built field hospital at our base. Katya would be unconscious but constantly monitored, and safe rooms had some strange rules. Katya would be unconscious but constantly monitored, and safe rooms had some strange rules about this sort of thing. Mordecai insisted it would have to be outside. As for me, the treatment required someone to remove my new toe ring once I was conked out. That also required me to do this independent of the safety of the guild. Outside, the clanging, pulsing sound of rapid construction continued unabated. The multi-layer anti-magic shell was being erected over the base. They were behind schedule, and I could hear shouting from several directions. This new shield looked like a kid's jungle gym, and it was designed so This new shield looked like a kid's jungle gym, and it was designed so different mages could cast spells in different hexagons of the structure, like tiles, allowing for stronger protection and denying the enemy a single point of failure. Killing a mage usually canceled out any of their active protection spells. Carl.
Carl, Rosetta said. Rosetta said.
Carl. Let me hear her one more time. Okay, it's not quite Russian. It's more like Middle Eastern.
Carl, 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 Carl. If you're still under when Katya comes back, I'll induce the wake-up sequence. You should be able to initiate the ejection yourself, since it won't be your own memory.
Even with the ring off?
Once you're under, the ring shouldn't matter, but we'll make sure it's put back on before you wake up. Imani will cast a protection spell on you too, so that should bolster your defenses. You fed your Emberess shrine before you came out here, no?
I did, but I shouldn't be down that long, should I? And what if I am in one of my own memories? And what if I am in one of my own memories?
Then it will probably be unpleasant,
Rosetta said. What about Katya? I asked, looking over at the woman next to me. She was in her regular human form, and she looked so small on the bed. She caught my eyes and smiled. She reached over to grab my hand, but she was too far away. Rosetta moved between us. Edgar the tortoise appeared, walking slowly into the room. He made slow, painful progress toward Katya.
Do you guys remember... Do you guys remember what voice I was imitating for Edgar when I started doing him?
Even though you're both getting the same drug.
I'm going to hear it one more time.
Even though you're both getting the same drug,
Edgar said.
You two are undergoing two very different treatments. Once Katya is under, she's on her own. If we wake her up early, it could be fatal.
No, it's not. It's not the Tootsie Roll Pop turtle.
That's a cheerful thought,
Katya said. In the room were Edgar, Mordecai, Rosetta, Batista, Imani, a few former crawlers I didn't know, and Bucket Boy, the crocodilian strip club attendant NPC, who was also a low-tier healer. He was present to assist Imani, and once the fighting began, this field hospital would be his domain along with some of the other healers.
Master Ugai? Nope. What is it? OOGUI? Oogway is probably what you meant, which is Kung Fu Panda? Nope, that was not it. I'm going to move her to Chick 1. Oh, I think Matt got it. Hold on. I don't remember the name, so. Yep, that's it. Morla is from the Neverending Story. Yeah. That will forever be my first real concept of a tortoise. Bautista remained in the back of the room, pacing back and forth, chewing on one of his finger claws. I wasn't too clear on the state of Batista and Katya's relationship, but she'd asked for him to be here. Based on the flashing of their eyes, they were talking privately. Donut remained in the guild, in her bathroom, taking shower after shower in a fruitless attempt to get the stench out of her and Mongo. Rend was with them, apparently a big fan of the shower. Donut had sent no less than 24 messages in the past 10 minutes, demanding to know what was happening. I took a long breath. I touched the tattoo on my chest. The eye was open and blinking, angrily looking back and forth, desperately attempting to cast this or that. I had my Wisp Armor spell active, which added extra protection against She-Maria's attempts to take over my body. Despite that, she'd just been able to talk in my mind. We had to do this now. We had several options on how to deal with the spider's presence attached to my body. All were dangerous. None were guaranteed. This particular method was ensured to be painful whether it worked or not, but it came with the benefit of having to use a powerful potion that Mordecai had already made. I worried about that. Whenever there was a coincidence or a convenience, not that anything about this was convenient, I knew that there was another hand involved in all of this, whether it was the new showrunners or the AI or some combo of both. And that always meant some sort of unwelcome fuckery was about to go down. But what other choice did I have? This was our only opportunity to deal with this problem before it was too late. According to both Mordecai and Rosetta, this particular drug, Glorybound, was based on a real-life, outside-the-inner-system medication originally designed to help train people to do various difficult tasks. It was a 2-part process that first involved subliminal conditioning over a long period of time, and then the trip potion of the drug was used to unlock the knowledge. But, as with most drugs that could do such a thing, it started to get abused before the whole process was replaced by some other technique. Despite being discontinued, the drug and its effects persisted in the dungeon, used for literally dozens of quests over the seasons, or as sort of a Despite being discontinued, the drug and its effects persisted in the dungeon, used for literally dozens of quests over the seasons, or as a sort of trap, which is exactly what it had been for Katya. Sometimes the drug's effects were tweaked to fit into a particular storyline, but more than once there had been possessed quests that required the victim to find the drug den and the Desperado Club to get themselves cured. In order for Katya to clear the physical effects of this addiction, she needed to relive this experience, whatever it was. For me, it was more complicated. I needed to enter the memory of the spider, who also would experience her worst memory. I would have to witness this dream, whatever it was, and because of the drug Mordecai added to the mix, removal order, I could choose to lock She-Maria in the memory at the end. She would remain forever trapped. The tattoo would remain on my chest, but I would have control over it. I would gain a skill or two, if I did it properly. And that's what worried me. There were no specific instructions on how to lock her in the dream. It would manifest itself in a different way each time. Mordecai said it would probably be clear. But if I failed to properly trap her, I'd wake back up and would have to deal with a very pissed-off entity inside of me. We'd be back to square one. "Here we go," Mordecai said as he slipped on a glove.
This potion is a gel I'm putting on your skin. He took a handful and started to rub it on Katya's neck. He then added another potion to the jar of goo and slopped a cold blob of the green stuff on me. It fizzed and kind of tickled. It'll take about 5 minutes to start working, but it's safer and more effective if you're unconscious when it takes hold, eh? So, wait until your potion cooldown is passed, and then I'm going to knock you both out. He pulled off the glove with a deft finger and dropped it into the jar as Imani handed each of us a potion. Drink these as soon as you can, Mordecai said. This will help the sleep come fast. The potion will make you a bit loopy. You might see some weird shit, but it won't last long, eh? Potion of somnolent embrace. This won't remove your worries or your bad dreams for more than but a moment, but it will ease them long enough to let you sleep. Sometimes this is all we can hope for. Gently brings you to rest until you fall asleep. Katya looked at the potion, gave me a quick, nervous smile, and then shrugged. Okay. How do you pronounce this word?
Skull. Skull.
Skull. Skull. Skull.
Skull.
It's skull with an H at the end. Skull. 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 She said, drinking the potion manually. A moment later, she added, "Oh, wow. This stuff is great." "I don't have the fancy bed you guys have," Mordecai said. "It's what I use sometimes." "It's what I use sometimes, eh?" "Sometimes?" Rosetta asked. What do you know about it, eh? What do you know about it? What do you know about it? About it. What do you know about it? What do you know about it? About it. What do you know about it? Mordecai asked her. "I saw Odette's story about you the other day." "Her what?" I drank the potion down, and I instantly felt a warm, tingling rush over me. I turned my head toward Katya. She had a golden, glowing halo over her. The others in the room were still talking. Mordecai was growling something at Rosetta, but all I could hear was Katya. "Do you want to hear a secret?" Katya asked. Katya asked me as her eyes got heavy. Her voice was loud and clear. "Sure." "My favorite memory and my worst memory are the same thing. I'm going to the same place I was last time. I hope that doesn't mess this up.
Katya, I heard myself say. Quick, grab my hand. We can do it together.
Okay,
She said, reaching out. Her arm stretched and grasped onto my wrist. She started to twist and twist, like a vine growing up my arm. She started to pull me from the table.
No!
Someone shouted.
Separate them!
Edgar. His voice was distant, not nearly as clear. Imani was there, unraveling us.
No touching you two. No touching you two. No touching you two.
She said, her voice surprisingly gentle, yet so far away. She was wearing gloves. Why was she wearing gloves?
It'll confuse the dreams. It'll confuse the dreams.
But we're still touching, I whispered, as my consciousness fled. I could feel it. The river. I could feel it. The river, flowing from myself and crashing against the rocks of Katya's mind. There was no purchase there, no permanent path back to me, but still, my thoughts crashed into hers like a tsunami, and for a moment I flooded onto her, overwhelming it all. I heard her gasp, and I could see things there. I saw her mind, and with the backsplash, I briefly touched the minds of others nearby. Imani was terrified. Imani, who was terrified. Mordecai, equally wary, but also sad. Rosetta, who just seemed so very tired, yet filled with a deep, familiar rage. Edgar, who was worried. These were just flashes, like my hand running through a flame. The moment only lasted microseconds, yet I saw deeper and longer than I should. I shouldn't be seeing this. Katya was the only one I'd truly crashed against, and while it was still short, the glimpses I felt of her lasted longer, told me more. She, too, was afraid that she was a burden, ashamed that we were all doing this for her, and angry, too, angry at herself, angry at the world, angry at me? Why would she be angry with me? I quickly started to recede. Would I get away in time? I could feel the event horizon looming, the precipice of the dream rushing up to meet us, and behind me another presence menaced, 2 presences, 3 presences, but one well hidden. I tried to retreat, fleeing away from Katya's dream. She needed to do that alone. I needed to turn around and face this, whatever it was. Katya stood beside me, her arm still twisting like a vine around my own as the two sides crashed toward us, like a pair of hands clapping together in a clumsy attempt to capture a bug.
It's not that I'm angry with you,
she said in the microsecond before the two hands joined.
I'm just mad that you let people hurt you. You meet someone, you start to care for them, and then it becomes...
She was interrupted by a Warlord notification. The sound was distant and hollow, yet it was enough to cut her off completely. The Lemig Sortian has offered you free passage to their headquarters in order to treat for peace. They are offering... Slap!
All right, I'm going to be right back, guys. I'm going to see what's up. There's something up my nose. All right. That's a bit of a relief. I just method snotting. I just trimmed my nose hairs because they were just driving me nuts. All right. So, real quick. Stockade, older and angry California surfer dude. Oh, is Stockade the one who goes nuts? Oh man, I can't wait for that one. That's so funny. Real men. I used to do that. I've gotten to a point where it doesn't even. All right, let's talk about this. I've done that to a point that it doesn't even like elicit a tear anymore. That used to be like, or I heard an interview from, I think it was Laurence Olivier, and he said, "Oh yeah, that's the way. That's how you cry on command as an actor. You just yank out one of your nose hairs. There you go." Doesn't work for me. It used to, but it's such a pain in the ass. It's such a pain in the ass to do it. So I have this new nose trimmer thing. It's not electric. Thankfully I don't have the ear hairs yet. Miss R, I have never had a nose hair long enough to tug. What is even happening? Houston? Okay. Got it. 2 more years, I'll start having ear hair. Okay. Oh, really? The custom guitars guy says the issue is that you could actually get a bacterial infection through to your brain via nose hair pulling. Never heard that before, but hey, I already stopped, so it's not a big deal. Like I said, it's so my nose trimmer's like, it's nice. It's like a little $10 thing. And it's better than an electric one because electric ones like will basically chop them up into a fine dust that like goes up your nose. But with the one that, it's just like a tiny pair of scissors almost, but it's like circular. It's really convenient. Anyway, that has been an advertisement for the new Soundbooth Theater app beta. It is out now. It is public beta. I'd love for you guys to go check it out. While you're sitting there plucking your nose hairs, you can try out our new app, see what it's like. I think it's much better. I think it's smoother, faster, better organized, and it looks better. But you guys be the judge. Please check it out. If you look at the landing page I just sent you guys to, there's a link that will send you. Well, first of all, there's instructions on how to download the new app, and there's also instructions on how to submit feedback. There's an actual feedback form. And then there's also support at soundbooththeater.com if you want to email your support in. So I would really love anybody who's here who's not tried it yet to give it a shot. Let us know how it is. We want as much feedback as possible, and because we want to get this thing perfect. This is our 3rd app. This is our 3rd try on making an app, and I think we got it this time, guys. So yeah, please check it out. Help us find out if this is the new app for you. One thing about us distributing independently is that it's just it's much harder. And not only that, we need to make sure that we're making you guys happy so that you don't get irritated and fuck off after having a few bad experiences with it. So thank you for anybody who gives it a shot and gives us some feedback. And yeah. Anyway, back to Dungeon Crawler Carl. No plucking or mulching, only scissoring. Thanks, Ara. Good life advice. Hey, thanks, Custom Guitars guy. I really appreciate it. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. I blinked, and I woke up. The scavenger's daughter has been fed. Unleash her wrath. I wasn't in the Icelandic hospital anymore. My mind reeled. Is this still the dream? Is this still the dream? I slowly looked at my hands, confused. I was covered with blood. What the hell? Quest failed. The Bedlam Bride. Katya, I thought. Where was Katya? I thought of the memory, of the dream we'd just shared, of Annie, the little baby girl, of that prick of an ex-boyfriend? Husband? Fanar was his name. Of the cancer diagnosis. After all those hoops, after all she'd overcome, they'd caught it early. She'd be okay, but despite that, it had come with a terrible price. I understood. Finally. Katya's addictions. Fanar had told them. I didn't understand why. She'd been clean for so long, struggled so long, so hard to stand on her own feet. And then a 1-2 punch. By Dungeon standards, all of this was almost nothing. Just another one of life's shitty events. A debuff, a minor setback. But to Katya, it had been everything. A shattering. I thought of the social worker coming to pick me up from the interrogation room. Come on now, she'd said. Come on now. There was screaming. I was still groggy. A lot of screaming. What was going on? Where was I? I was standing in the middle of a room, standing in a circle of blood and corpses. No, check the link. I left a link in the chat. It's also in the description of this video. You have to download a new one. There's a link, so check it out. My eyes focused on a goblin thing. He was in the familiar, cavernous room with me, and he had a gun in his hands. He aimed it right at my head and pulled the trigger. The goblin froze, and the gun didn't go off. The word naughty appeared over the goblin's head. There were multiples of the creatures in the room. Most were dead. One was on the floor, sobbing as he dragged himself away from me. His legs were gone, and he smeared bright blood on the tiled floor. I know this place, I thought. And the goblin, too. The one screaming with no legs. I recognized him as well. His name was Luke. He was a representative from the Lemig Sortian. As I watched, he groaned, and then he died. Corpse of Luke. Level 64 Lemig Goblin. General in the Democratic Sortian. Killed by a fellow soldier under the control of She Maria.
I was in the High Elf Castle, the castle from the 6th floor. We'd called it the Sugar Cube. We were in one of the ballrooms, but the walls were cracked all around. I shook my head. This didn't make sense. This didn't make sense.
Hanford. All right, gravelly voice.
Sorry,
A new, gravelly voice said.
it's being ruled an AI action, not an attack. The ceasefire has no rules against teammates fighting one another, or monsters. You could have fought back against the unaffiliated NPC while he was under control of that thing, but you waited too long. Now that he's no longer possessed, you can't touch him while the ceasefire is in effect. The AI is claiming he had a notification over his head while he was vulnerable.
I turned around to face the voice. I blinked a few times, still completely disoriented. There was something wrong with my eyesight, and it was making me dizzy. There were 2 aliens standing there in the midst of all the carnage. God, how many dead were in here? It looked to be 50 or more. The one who'd been speaking was a tall, purple-skinned creature, a dreadnought. The notice over him said his name was Panford, adjutant for the Democratic Sortion. The alien he was speaking to was a giant, fuzzy thing. He was a good 7 feet tall and looked like an upright caterpillar.
Commander Stockade, level 76 phase sorcerer, warlord of the Democratic Sortion.
An AI action?
Commander Stockade shouted. He was screaming at the dreadnought. The caterpillar's voice surprised me. He had that same weird accent as the rest of their kind, even though the rest were mostly goblins. He sounded like an aged surfer dude straight out of Southern California.
He killed half of my family, and it's considered an AI action? This is utter complete orc shit! I want to file an immediate appeal!
I continued to look around. I was starting to realize this wasn't a dream. Was I really here? How in the hell had that happened? The entire ballroom was filled with blood. It looked as if someone had set off a bomb. Also, I realized, this wasn't the same Goodwill ballroom I'd been in for the Butcher's Masquerade. The exits were in different places. I suspected this was the 3rd one, the one near the top of the castle, Queen Imogen's private ballroom. When we'd transferred this castle to the 9th floor, I knew it had landed in the territory of the Lemig Sortion, and they'd started using it as their headquarters.
I don't know if I like this dude's voice.
It's being ruled an AI action and not an attack.
I want something like less, something slimmer.
Sorry. It's being ruled an AI. It's being ruled an AI action, not an attack. The ceasefire has no rules against teammates fighting one another, or monsters. You could have fought back against the unaffiliated NPC while he was under control of that thing, but you waited too long. You could have fought back against the unaffiliated NPC while he was under control of that thing, but you waited too long. Now that he's no longer possessed, you can't touch him while the Now that he's no longer possessed, you can't touch him while the ceasefire is in effect. The AI is claiming he had a notification over his head while he was vulnerable.
Houston.
You can't file an appeal,
Panford the adjutant said.
They're all dead. You can't appeal them back to life. If you had informed me of your ill-conceived plan, I could have told you why it wouldn't have worked. That entity is a demonic demigod, not a full demon. Carl was not possessed in the traditional manner. You planned on turning Carl into a vegetable and having the spider kill everyone in the room back in the other base. Instead, Carl is safe, and now your throne room is destroyed.
Commander Stockade undulated his caterpillar body back and forth, oddly reminding me of one of those waving, inflatable tube men they shoved in front of car dealerships.
This is cheating! He turned into that thing and killed the entire room in seconds! That's not how this works! The AI changed the rules!
His voice was starting to crack.
Luke! Oh, gods! Luke is dead! My beautiful, beautiful Luke!
My eyes caught the timer in the corner of my vision. We had 20 hours until the ceasefire ended. I'd lost 11 hours.
What happened is exactly what always happens when you attempt to improperly extract an entity that powerful. This is your fault. This very thing happened 3 seasons ago.
The dreadnought said, jabbing a finger at the caterpillar.
I asked you where you got your information, and you refused to answer. All spies must be disclosed to adjutants. You know this, and you have made no such declaration. Unless you can prove you have a mole in the Princess Posse camp, I am going to assume you have an external influence assisting you, which is clearly cheating. You and Architect Houston both planned this using someone observing the feed from outside the dungeon. I'm afraid I'm going to have to call a foul.
On us? You're calling a foul on us? We're fighting for our lives here, and you're worried about the fucking rules? When I get out of here, I will make you pay.
Both the Lemexortion and the Madness will receive heavy sanctions for this stunt. The specifics will come down shortly. In addition, threatening your adjutant comes with additional penalties.
What the hell happened?
I asked, coughing the words.
You!
Commander Stockade said. Commander Stockade said, waving his...
Commander Stockade said, waving one of his short caterpillar arms at me. You planned this. I don't know how you did it, but you planned it this way. I was going to vomit. Donut.
Carl! Where are you? Cottia's still here, but you disappeared. You teleported away, and nobody knows what happened. Our adjutant lady said you killed a bunch of Lemmig people in their own castle, but it's their own fault. She's not making sense. Mordecai and Rosetta are both laughing like they've gone crazy.
Carl. I don't know what's happening, but I'm okay for right now. Baroness Victory.
Hold tight, Carl. They're asking for a minor quorum. I'm coming to you. Don't make any rash movements or actions. You're safe if you don't move.
Let me make sure I have that word correct. Quorum.
Quorum.
Okay, got it right. What does it mean? The minimum number of members of an assembly or society that must be present at any of its meetings to make the proceedings of that meeting valid. Got it.
There was a flash, followed by a second flash and a notice. A second adjutant has entered the room. A third adjutant has entered the room. A minor quorum has been achieved. All local hostilities must be paused while a field ruling is considered. There was new shouting all around me as mercenaries entered the ballroom from all the doors. A second and a third mercenary, these were large, bugbear-looking things I'd never seen before, attempted to fire their weapons at me. All got paused. There were no chairs here. I had to sit, so I sat on the floor, in the midst of all the carnage. I had to sit, so I sat on the floor, in the midst of all the carnage. I had no idea what had happened, how I got here, or what had happened while I was under. No. I had no idea what had happened, how I got here, or what had happened while I was under. My head continued to swirl. I remembered the dream, how it started. I remembered the spider. Not she Maria, but a different one. A male. Her husband. First a spider, then a human. I remembered how, near the end, she Maria had also entered the room, mocking me, telling me I'd be sorry. But then she saw the other spider, and she changed. She burst into a rage. She killed him, her own husband. She devoured him while she sobbed. She disappeared and then reappeared a few moments later. She'd curled into a ball, right there in the hospital in Iceland. But then it got fuzzy. The husband had returned. Hadn't he? I'd failed the Bedlam Bride quest, the quest to bring her to Larakos. Did that mean she was gone? If so, how had she killed the entire room? And how the hell had I gotten here? I was now on the other side of the map. I hoped Katya's treatment had worked. I suspected it had. That was the impression I had from the dream. My treatment had also worked. Sort of. It had worked according to her husband, who'd reappeared at the end. The order of what happened was a jumble, just like a real dream. What was his name? Hapanzi? He'd been a god.
He'd been a god.
Have I done his voice yet? Okay, this is like the end of book 6. Yeah. Is it like the very... about the soul poisoning? Is it like the very, very last... the epilogue or whatever? No, not the epilogue, the last chapter. Okay. Is it this line? You did not diffuse your soul power from the scavenger's daughter. That was a mistake. You should never allow it to linger within you. Okay, let me see how I did that. I have a feeling I did it wrong. Even back then.
I know, Donut.
Carl, I just got a benefactor box from the garbage truck people.
We had less than a minute left. Really? Well, they're gonna have to wait until the next floor. We've already won. Just before the timer reached 0, Donut rearranged herself in my arms. But she paused, looking behind me before I pulled her back into a tight grip.
Carl, your jacket is glowing. It's not an aardvark like I thought. It's a giant centipede. The image is of a centipede crawling through all the skulls. It's disgusting.
At the same moment, a voice spoke in my mind.
You did not diffuse your soul power from the scavenger's
Shit.
daughter.
So I did it as She Maria. In the...
That was a mistake. You should never allow it to linger within you. I need you alive, Carl. I need you reasonably sane. We have so much work to do.
I felt an ominous chill, both at the words spoken in my mind and at the realization that I had, indeed, forgotten to activate my daughter's kiss.
We gain things, and we lose them. That's what happens in war.
You changed it? So does that mean there's no other reference for him and I have to come up with something new? I did it right, okay. We're looking for a Hapanzi voice. I'm going to go ahead and do it for now. And then if you let me know Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Child, hold on. Okay.
Chapter 71.
Warning!
Died.
She was talking in my own mind. I was aware of screaming all around me. My body was big. I had more legs than usual. I had no control over anything. From the waist up, I was the same. Instead of just a head, I'd turned into a torso with a spider body. She...
What are you doing? Are you okay?
I'm fine, I found myself shouting. I was not controlling my own voice. Just trying to figure out how to move in this body. I tried moving to the chat to warn her, but it wouldn't let me. I had truly lost control. No, I thought, not this.
Every one of your friends. We had a deal, Carl. Things, so many possibilities. What to do?
Donut was shouting some. This was another voice. A male.
Look at all these potions. You could have enhanced them all. You squandered your chance with the salty, and now she's dead. Look at this. This potion. What did you use to make it? Oh, yes, here we go. Oh, yes, you have all the supplies I need. Everything. This will work.
Child, hold on. Hold on with everything you can.
All right, got it.
I have her now, son, he'd said. She is good and trapped. You can always set her free if you must, but do not unless all is lost.
I could now see from the eye on my chest. It was still a tattoo. I could now see from the eye on my chest. It was still a tattoo, but I could feel it when it was open. I had to make a conscious effort to keep the eye closed. Another wave of nausea flooded me. Katya.
Carl, where are you?
Carl. I think I'm in the High Elf Castle. I have no idea what the hell is going on. Katya.
They're saying you teleported away right when it started, but you remained translucent, like you were in two places at once, and at the end, you completely disappeared. And now your adjutant is saying you killed a room full of lemig. And now your adjutant is saying you killed a room full of lemig goblin guys. She said something to Mordecai, and he fell over laughing and hasn't explained why. Donut is here losing her mind. The lemig guys knew the precise moment you went... The lemig guys knew the precise moment you went under, and they attempted something to ruin the procedure. Something using the Warlord chat I don't understand. That in itself wasn't against the rules, but them using outside information is. The fact it backfired on them is irrelevant.
Carl. Holy shit. Katya.
Carl, we left her there. We left She Maria alone in that room with Annie. Carl, we left her there. We left She Maria alone in that room with Annie.
Carl. It's not real. It was just a memory. The spider is trapped, and she's not trapped in you. Her husband said so. But your Annie, the real Annie, she's gone. They can't touch her. Katya.
Carl.
Carl. It worked, right? Did they say it worked? Katya.
I think so. It's not like a switch that one flips on and off. We won't really know right away. But yes, I think it worked.
Something loud. Something loud outside. What the fuck is that? Moving truck outside. Come on, just turn off the fucking truck. They have it open. God damn it. I don't think they're going to turn the truck off. Why would they keep the truck on? They're like moving things into the truck. All right, well, it's really not that bad, and I'm at the end of this chapter. Yeah. And I'm done after this chapter for today. Yep. All right. We'll just...
Carl. Then that's all that matters. She Maria wasn't truly gone. But she was trapped. I remembered now. She was like an egg inside of me, one I could break at any time. But I had to do it myself.
Just like Carl's doomsday scenario, I was gathering quite the collection of I was gathering quite the collection of weapons of mass destruction. That should have been an enormous relief. It was not. I tried opening the third eye, but I clenched it shut a moment later. I had to close it. There was power there. So much power. I had to keep it closed. All right, guys. That is it for me for today. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. Man, I don't want to stop narrating, but I have a meeting here in a few minutes. And yeah, I'll be back at it on Monday. So watch out, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. If you haven't subscribed to our new YouTube channel, which is just Soundbooth Theater, you can go check that out. We have 3 motion comics on there right now. We really love doing these motion comic things, and so if you guys like it too, we can keep going. Please go check it out, Soundbooth Theater, the YouTube channel. Next week, we're starting at 10 a.m. just like today on Monday, so make sure to make it back for that. And don't forget, I'm going to go ahead and paste it one more time in the chat. Please go check out the beta for our new app. We need as many people to try it out and leave us feedback as we possibly can get. Just follow instructions on that landing page that the link takes you to, and you'll get the app. And yeah, that's it. You guys have a good weekend, and hopefully I will see you on Monday. Bye-bye.